indicate to everyone we're just going to be starting in a few minutes. We're just finishing with some technical issues. Colleagues joining us virtually, please put your screens on. Okay, to colleagues, be sure to start logging into eScrub if you have not done so already, as we'll be using that today. Welcome to the first meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee budget meeting, held virtually during the COVID-19 emergency. The City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for council, standing or advisory committee meetings and information upon request. To make requests for any city service, please contact accessibility@london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact sppc@london.ca. The 2022 budget update is the second update to the 2020-2023 multi-year budget and provides council with an opportunity to change course related to new or changed regulations, new council direction, or unanticipated costs or revenue drivers. Today, we're starting with the tax rate of 3.8 for 2022. And I'll ask colleagues to keep in mind a tax rate range that they would be happy and able to support as we move through this process, as each decision point will make an impact, which Mr. Murray will demonstrate throughout it. Joining me in chambers today, for those online who might not be able to see at the moment, is Councillor Turner, Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Lehman, Councillor Helmer, Councillor Lewis, Councillor Fife-Millar, Councillor Cassidy, Councillor Hamou, and Deputy Mayor Morgan. I will now look to committee for disclosures of pecuniary interest. I will start with Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to items 4.8, 4.9, and 4.10, these are the operating capital budgets overall and the bylaws associated with them. I'll declare a pecuniary interest on anything regarding London Public Library funding and transfers, as my wife is an employee of the London Public Library.
Thank you. Looking for further disclosures. Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. On 4.8 and 4.9, the capital budget, as it relates to the operations of the municipal golf system, I'll declare pecuniary interest on those budget items, as my father is employed by the National Golf Course Owners Association, and the City of London is a member of that organization.
Thank you. And is Councillor Van Merbergen with us? Not yet. Okay, so looking for any other disclosures? Okay, seeing none. Scheduled items, make sure that you're using your added Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee report. Mr. Murray will start us off today with the 2022 annual budget update presentation. It is a condensed version of which we already saw with some new information contained within it as well. So Mr. Murray, please proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good morning to committee. So this morning's budget update starting point, as the budget chair indicated. Am I on audio here?
We can hear you and we can see your presentation.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, let's try this again. So good morning, committee, and welcome to 2022 budget deliberations. As the budget chair alluded to, our starting point this morning is a 3.8% property tax levy increase for 2022. If committee approves all of the budget amendments as tabled, that would reduce the 2022 tax levy increase to 2.8% and would bring the 4-year average annual tax levy increase down from 3.8% to 3.6%. As we outlined in our budget tabling presentation, we are recommending a 5-step process for this morning's budget deliberations. So step number 1 will deal with recommended property tax supported operating budget amendments. Step number 2 will deal with for consideration property tax supported operating budget amendments. Step 3 will deal with property tax supported capital budget amendments. And then steps 4 and 5 will deal with water budget amendments and wastewater and treatment budget amendments, respectively. For step 1, these are the budget amendments that Civic Administration is recommending as it relates to the property tax supported operating budget. So there are 6 as outlined on the screen. I'm not going to go through them all again in detail, but these are the first 6 operating budget amendments that we will be dealing with. Step 2 relates to the for consideration property tax supported operating budget amendments, of which there are 2. So these are outlined on the screen in front of you. Step 3 will deal with the property tax supported capital budget amendments, of which there are 4. Again, these are outlined on this slide. I will remind committee that all capital budget amendments do not have a tax levy impact in this multi-year budget cycle. I will mention before we move on to the water and the wastewater and treatment budgets that we do have our property tax model available to assist us today. So we will be able to demonstrate the impact of any decisions that are being considered on any of the property tax budget amendments. We will be able to demonstrate in real time what the property tax levy impact associated with those decisions would be. So moving on to step 4, this is the recommended 2022 water budget amendments, of which there are 2, both of which are capital, and neither of these budget amendments have an impact on the previously approved water rate increases. Finally, step 5 deals with the 2022 wastewater and treatment budget amendments. There is just one, but as a reminder, it is a 2-parter. And again, this amendment does not impact the previously approved wastewater and treatment rates. So getting into more specifics in terms of the order of operations for today's process, we will start with the property tax supported budget and specifically dealing with budget amendments 1 to 12. We will also then deal with a related matter that is on the committee agenda. You will see a staff report relating to a 2021 Middlesex London Health Unit funding request. We do have an update on this matter. We were advised, in fact, on Monday of this week that this funding is no longer required for 2021 due to updated projections that the health unit has provided for their year-end situation this year. So we will, at the appropriate time, deal with a motion to take no action on that staff report to committee. We will then deal with a series of housekeeping recommendations related to our reserves and reserve funds, debt, and reconciliation of our budget to the PSAB budget, as well as a series of recommendations to readopt the 2022 and 2023 forecasted tax levy, as well as the capital budgets for the next 2 years and the capital forecast as well. We'll then get into the water and wastewater and treatment budgets. And again, there are 3 budget amendments combined between the water and wastewater budgets. So we will deal with those, and then we will deal with the housekeeping recommendations for the water and wastewater budgets as well. Finally, we wanted to provide a bit of an update on our public engagement activities for this year. So once again, this year, we've made extensive use of social media in publicizing the budget and the budget process. We've continued to make use of digital advertising. We also utilized advertising in the Londoner newspaper as well. We distributed budget information through an Ontario Works check mail out approximately a month ago. All of our budget materials are on our website, as well as available on the getinvolved.london.ca page. Copies are also in the city clerk's office for viewing, as well as at all library branches across the city. We completed 3 virtual budget information sessions over the course of the past 2.5 months. And of course, had our public participation meeting earlier this week as well. We supported a handful of councillors' ward meetings and also provided presentations as well to the Environmental and Ecological Planning Advisory Committee, as well as the Urban League too. So with that, Madam Chair, I will turn it back over to you.
Thank you for that presentation and update. I will need a mover and a seconder for we can accept it. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Fife-Millar. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. In regards, and 4.1 is review of recommended property tax operating budget amendments. This is laid out as step 1, and congratulations on joining us on staff, Mr. Murray's presentation. For the public, this begins on page 80 of the budget documentation. Colleagues had asked that these items be called separate in advance of this meeting, so I will proceed with that. So for 4.1A, this is the various services budget right sizing operating expenditure. I would look for a mover and a seconder, and then would proceed for questions. Moved by Councillor Hamou, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Looking for questions and comments from anyone on committee. I will run a speakers list as I always do, and everyone will be timed today for 5 minutes with an opportunity to always speak after everyone's had a first turn. I will start my speakers list with Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. And so I'll be supporting this budget amendment. And I did want to say to our staff, thank you again for your continued work on the service review program. I think this is a program that in our first multi-year budget, we assigned some targets to in this multi-year budget, with all that free time that staff has to engage in service review activities because the core budget has been set and the plan has been set for a number of years, I think this is a good example of the kind of results that can come out of those deep dive service reviews. And I didn't want to let this amendment go past without complimenting the incredible work of our staff, because this certainly puts our budget in an easier position for taxpayers, and it is attributed to that good quality work that you've done across many divisions and continue to do through our service review program implementation. So thank you for that and everyone involved in that, and keep up the good work on that one. So I'll be supporting this amendment.
Perfect. Looking for additional speakers on item 4.1A. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I'll echo the Deputy Mayor's words there. This process was started a number of years ago, and I think it's an excellent way for the corporation to continue to find efficiencies in a very complex animal. So through you, Chair, I'd like to ask the staff, in the last, assuming this is passed, in this term, last 3 years, what's the total amount of money that has been found in savings through this process?
To staff.
Thank you. Through the chair, if you give us just one moment, we will add those totals up for you to be able to provide what that actual savings has been since the start of the multi-year budget.
Thank you.
Perfect. In the meantime, looking for any other speakers. Councillor Turner.
Just really quickly, again, echoing my colleagues, but the one that I find most helpful is the reduction to the corporate contingency budget by $1 million. The corporate contingency budget's one of those a bit more of a nebulous item within our budget. It allows for a lot of contingencies for any unexpected things, but it's also a very large budget. And so being able to right-size this and find the appropriate amount, $1 million is a fairly significant impact in this. So thank you for doing so. And we talk about it every year, but it's nice to see it actioned this year.
Thank you. Looking for further speakers, I'll recognize Councillor Cassidy, and I will loop back to Councillor Lehman.
Oh, there, it just came on. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Chair. I just want to expand on Deputy Mayor Morgan's comments, because there are some people that do not see the value of the multi-year budget process. They think we're locked in and it doesn't give us the flexibility that we know it gives, because that's why we do these budget updates every year. And it also frees up everybody's time, council time as well, but staff time to do those service reviews, which, you know, we, in the last term of council, we were a bit aggressive, I would say, with staff, and we mandated specific dollar amounts. I think it was $4 million in 1 year, and asked staff to proactively look for that dollar amount. So when we look at the amount that staff have managed to find inefficiencies, and that translates into long-term savings, it's not just a one-time thing. When staff find these kinds of efficiencies, it carries on throughout the years. It's not one-time savings. Sometimes there are one-time savings. I recognize that, but having staff free to examine the budget very deeply and look at where cost savings can be found, look at ways to do things differently as technology advances, as modernization of different systems goes forward or presents itself. It's a really valuable way to do our budget. And it's and in the end, you see the value for the taxpayers of the City of London. So my thanks as well to staff for doing this work.
Thank you. I'll recognize Councillor Van Holst next, followed by Mayor Holder.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I'm thrilled to see that budget right sizing could produce a $7 million positive effect on the tax levy.
Thank you for concise comments. Mayor Holder.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to wax on staff's efforts in this regard.
Mayor Holder, you're a little bit garbled with your audio today. I'm not sure if it's an issue of moving closer or a headset. Okay, we'll carry on while you fix your audio. I'll look to see if staff have an updated number for Councillor Lehman's question, and I'll return to Councillor Lehman after that for any follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in follow-up to the question from Councillor Lehman, I can advise that, through the combination of the reductions that were incorporated in our 2020 to 2023 multi-year budget, as well as the budget amendment that we've put forward as budget amendment number 1 this year, the total by the end of this 4-year budget cycle is now at approximately $47 million of cumulative savings that we've identified over the course of this 4-year budget cycle.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you very much for that number. I think it's important for taxpayers to hear that. In these times, households are finding ways to, trim their budgets and find different ways to do things as income becomes tighter in many households. So I just want to commend staff on, really achieving, real dollars that go towards tax savings and go towards good things that the city can do. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much, Chair. It was a headset issue, and I appreciate that. Colleagues have already echoed the comments I was going to make in terms of acknowledging staff's great efforts. And what I appreciate is a real respect to the taxpayer as we try to balance out what I always say care and cost. And we're certainly not looking to treat the taxpayer like an ATM where we make automatic withdrawals and just presume. This is about providing real services, which we'll go through today, but bravo to staff for a job well done. Thanks.
Thank you. At the moment, I've exhausted my speakers list, so at this moment, anyone else? Okay, perfect. Calling the question as it's been duly moved and seconded.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. This case number 2 is the Middlesex London Health Unit inflationary pressures operating expenditures. That's before us. As requested, representatives from the health unit have joined us today to answer questions. I believe we have Dr. Summers and Ms. Williams with us, so we can keep that in mind should questions arise. Looking for a mover and seconder, and then we'll take questions. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Starting my speakers list. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, thank you. And I do want to start off by saying thank you to Ms. Williams for taking the time to meet with me in advance of this meeting. We had a great conversation. I asked a number of questions, so I appreciated her time as well as her responses to my inquiries. There is one that I would like to ask here because in the details of the budget amendment, and I recognize that the health unit is a very unique organization in that it has the capacity to determine the health needs and budgets they require for the community and then essentially bill the funders, including the City of London and the county. So you're I think, in an enviable position for many, but all the more important to engage in your own service reviews and right sizing of your budgets. And I understand the processes that you have engaged in the past, but there is a line in the report that talks about the senior leadership team at MLHU is committed to undertaking a zero-based budgeting process beginning in Q1 of 2022 to ensure funding requirements and budgets are aligned, which will be foundational to the budget planning for 2023. And so first off, I want to commend you for engaging in expanding your service review program to include those sorts of tools. As you just heard through the debate we had, they have been very advantageous to the municipality, being able to find savings through different approaches, including zero-based budgeting of instead of looking at programs on a basis of should we keep them, should we modify them, what should we replace, but building something up from the base to see if you can achieve the same results and same impacts in different ways, I think will be a very valuable tool to the health unit. And I wonder if you could endeavor to report back on us in that 2023 budget process on how that went. I'm interested in, as we see some cost pressures and inflationary pressures that you've articulated in your budget, if there can be great consideration given to the funders if you're able to carve out, some savings and keep your budgets down. And please be transparent, because sometimes we see boards and commissions find those savings, submit the final number, but not articulate some of the work they've done to trim their own budgets. And I think we would be very interested in seeing that sort of work, particularly as you engage in the processes that we've also engaged in here. So I would ask Ms. Williams if she has any comments on that. I appreciate our conversation, so I've got a lot of my other questions already answered.
Thank you to Ms. Williams for a reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, we are committed to engaging in zero-based budgeting in 2022, as noted by Councillor Morgan. We are absolutely happy to report back to Council in terms of what we find through that process. We are beginning with our Healthy Living Division here at the Health Unit, and we'd be pleased to report back any progress we make through that work.
Thank you. A follow-up, Deputy Mayor. Perfect. Looking for my next speaker. Councillor Cassidy.
Takes 3 tries on my microphone. I think there's an issue with it. So thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, thank you to Ms. Williams and to Dr. Summers for coming today. As a member of the Board of Health for a number of years and the current chair, I sit in on the budget discussions. I've been on the Finance and Facilities Committee for a number of years, and we have the a benefit of the in-depth kind of analysis of the budget, the way City Council does with our budget. So I think it's important to get some other information out on the floor for people to hear. So I wonder, Ms. Williams, if you could just give a brief explanation of what the PBMA process is, and that's always been the way that that the health unit has done their budgeting. So can you just explain PBMA, because we have a lot of acronyms.
Thank you. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. The PBMA process, or Program Budgeting Marginal Analysis, is an annual process that the health unit has undertaken for a number of years in order to manage the requirements of investments. The health unit has been disinvesting and making choices around priorities to essentially stay within our funding envelope. And it's only been since 2019 when our funding was capped by the province. Prior to that, we received inflationary increases on an annual basis. And then through the PBMA process, we're able to prioritize investments by disinvesting in other programs and staying within our funding envelope. Since 2019, the inflationary pressures we managed to disinvest sufficiently in 2019 and 2020 to again stay within our envelope. 2021 represented the first time that Middlesex London Health Units requested an increase from our municipalities, which, as noted earlier by Mr. Murray, has been withdrawn for this year based on our operating activity to date. And so 2022 will be the first time we are asking for an increase, and that's primarily because we can no longer cut services any further to address the inflationary pressures we're facing as an organization. The PBMA process has been a cornerstone of the budgeting at MLHU and has assisted us in maintaining costs over that period of time. In a review of our funding over the last 12 years, with the exception of 1 year, MLHU has returned revenue to the City of London on an annual basis. And that is a direct result of the PBMA process that we've undertaken on an annual basis. The zero-based budgeting process I referenced earlier is to build on the great work that the staff and leadership at the health unit has already done with PBMA to again see if we can find further efficiencies to get clear on our priorities and ensure we're investing in the activities that we need to provide, the services we need to provide to ensure the health of Londoners and Middlesex County residents.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as a follow-up to that, in returning that money to the municipal funders, I know the board gets this third quarter variance report every year. Is that where the money is found? And is that the difference between budgeted and actual? Is that where that money is found that you have a return to the municipal funders?
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yes, through our quarterly variance, the difference is because this year in 2021 is because unfortunately we've not been able to ramp up our programs and services given our prioritized work on COVID-19, in particular the case and contact management and the vaccine campaign. And so we have accumulated a surplus and have therefore withdrawn our ask for the increased amount in 2020. We are engaged in hiring at this time in order to have staff in place for January of 2022. And so we are anticipating being able to get those programs up and running in hopes of offering full services within 2022.
Okay. Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wonder if you could, I did see a spreadsheet recently with the third quarter variance that showed the amount of money that's been returned to the municipal funders over the last number of years. Can you tell us what that number is and how many years that it's for?
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, over the last 12 years, MLHU has returned approximately $4.5 million to the City of London.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So thank you for all of that information. I think it's important for City Council to know that. And again, thank you both for coming today.
Thank you. Next on my speakers list is Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's good to see you guys again, Dr. Summers, Emily, Ms. Williams. So finally I get to speak about health unit stuff, so it's good to be on this side of the table for a change, but I miss you guys anyway. A couple key notes in here in the budget. One is the city is an obligate funder, so it's been mentioned a couple times. We don't have any discretion on this. When the health unit passes along a request for increase, it's polite, but it's required of us to do. So keep that in mind as we go through this. I can speak firsthand as having gone through the budget process 5 years, and I know what happens internally, and a significant amount of work, and it's just been described by both Ms. Williams and Councillor Cassidy, goes into the PBMA process. And in fact, I believe it's been about 14 years since a request for an increase at the municipal contribution has been made. And that's a significant thing to take note of. 14 years without any inflationary requests of us. The provincial municipal funding arrangement is generally 75-25, but the provincial government undertook a process to start reducing the provincial contribution and increasing the municipal contribution 70-30, with the goal through the modernization process of eventually trying to get towards 60-40 in some regions. This represents a download on the municipal funders. And what work is done here and what's reflected here is significant work at the board of MLHU and of the administration at MLHU to mitigate the impacts on the municipal funders and the contribution that happens as a result. The COVID has significantly shifted the operations, which is what reflects what Councillor Cassidy identified in terms of the reduction in activity costs and why those surpluses were able to be identified, because the large lion's share of activity that's happening at the health unit is COVID focused, and unfortunately has drawn from some of the other community focused activities that the health unit does. So in future years, as we start moving forward, it'll be important to watch what the health unit does and is able to do. Zero-based budgeting is a tool you can use occasionally. It's not something that you use all the time. It's a good way to check, recheck your status on your budgets. But what happens with the PBMA process is it takes a look and says, what programs are we in that we don't really need to be in as much anymore or at all anymore? And what programs are out there that we actually need to get into? And one of the things about public health is that that's a constantly changing dynamic based on the health and the needs of the community. So there might be an opiate crisis and needs more attention there. There was significant outbreaks of HIV and invasive group A streptococcus. There might be foodborne illnesses and things like that. So it's really trying to skate to where the puck is and where it's going to be and shifting the budget around within It's basically squeezing the balloon is what MLHU has been doing for years, just moving the budget to where it needs to be year after year, rather than seeking increases year after year to be able to accommodate new programs. So I hope this will have the support of council. We don't have a lot of choice, but it's important to know the history and the context of what brings MLHU forward to ask for these increases. It's really under extraordinary circumstances that they would do so, and mostly because of provincial downloading.
Thank you. Looking for any further speakers? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. And just to follow up a bit on that, through you to MLHU, I would imagine in this time of COVID, you've experienced a lot of pressure on your budget for the increased costs. Would, in your opinion, how much of this ask is related to that? And once things kind of settle down and hopefully we get back to a better place, will we see reductions in your budget corresponding with the less of COVID services you would be providing?
Thank you. To Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, the request today is inflationary on our base funding. Our COVID budget has been entirely funded through the province. For example, our budget this year is $62 million, which is over our base of approximately $35 million. That to date has been funded 100% by the province. The difference between that. And so this request represents an increase to our base funding solely around inflationary pressures for staffing costs, as well as minor investments in our health equity programming at the health unit.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hamou.
Hi, this question is for Emily. Are there any Ontario legislative budget requirements by for your budget in term? So how do I explain this to you? The Library Act, you need to have 95% of your budget funded by your municipality. Are there any kind of requirements that you're bound by through the Ontario legislature?
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, our current funding arrangement as legislated by the province, as Councillor Turner touched on briefly, is 75 provincial and 25 municipality. Further breakdown of the 25% is 84% to the City of London and 16% to the County of Middlesex. As noted earlier, the province indicated in 2019 that they would be shifting that split to 70% provincial and 30% municipalities. However, in the interim, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, they have provided us with mitigation funding, approximately $1.36 million annually, to cover the increased municipal contribution and mitigate that to the municipalities in the interim. However, I would like to note that that is still at our 2019 base funding level and has not accounted for inflationary pressures over those years.
Thank you. A follow-up, Councillor Hamou.
One other question is, do you have any mandates by the Ontario government in terms of have there been increases? Have they been able to say, in terms of inflation, have they increased your funding? So I'm always speaking from the library perspective because that's how I process things through my, through municipalities and through the Ontario government. But the health unit, has there been any sort of increase by the Ontario government? I know that libraries are functioning based on 1995 increases, we haven't had an increase since then. So when was the last time you had an increase?
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, our last increase was in 2018. Our funding has been capped in 2019. Prior to that, the provincial government was providing between 1% and 2% inflationary funding adjustments to the health unit.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I appreciate Councillor Hamou's library lens that she sees the world through. Looking for any further speakers, as I have no one on my list at the moment. Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for recognizing me, and I really want to thank Ms. Williams and Dr. Summers for being here and having this conversation with Council. And I do want to recognize what is happening here, and we as a council really need to understand the history and the content here of health units. I know as an AMO board representative for the City of London, municipalities, and it's just not the City of London, as we move forward, we are going to have further challenges within our municipalities when it comes to healthcare. And I think we really have to understand the context here and the pressures, as well as the history. And I want to thank the work that the health unit is doing. And really, again, I think it's really important that we have this conversation and understand how we're going to go into the future as well.
Thank you for those comments. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I have some further comments based on the excellent questions my colleagues have asked. It seems to me that, and I appreciate Councillor Turner mentioning what I mentioned, and that is we're an obligated funder. But there's also something else happening here, in that there's a series of decisions being made at the provincial level, which will increase the cost pressures on the municipal funders through a variety of mechanisms. One is the mitigation funding that was mentioned for the ratio change, and that not being indexed, so frozen at I believe 2019 levels. There's the covering of inflationary costs, which doesn't seem to be happening anymore. And this upward pressure, time and time again, tends to land on municipalities. And when one level of government tries to make its budget situation better, landing it on another level of government still lands it on the same taxpayers. And so I think as we enter a provincial election next year, we have to keep mind of the municipalities' lobby priorities, what we're going to be advocating for. And this has been a very illuminating discussion for me to know that there are certainly some discussions that we need to have with our provincial funders about decisions that are made and how they can put upward cost pressure on municipal taxpayers in the future. And so I'll certainly keep that in mind, and I appreciate that my colleagues' excellent questions have illuminated that for me today.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to our guests, a question, perhaps precede by my gratitude again. We have recognized in the past that the health unit's done a great job of staying with your budget, within the budget, and not coming forward and asking for inflationary increases such as this, which is a fairly large amount. But my concern is that inflationary pressures are increasing. So we're in that position going forward, and I'm wondering if this is amount you might anticipate in the next year as well.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, our contract negotiations of last year had us see a 1.5% increase in year one, 1.75% increase in year two, and 2% for the 2 years following that. And so we are anticipating the inflationary pressures will continue.
Councillor Van Holst, a follow-up.
Okay, thank you. And I believe that, like most organizations, the labor is the bulk of the expenses. Is that true?
Ms. Williams.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes. Our staffing and salaries make up 85% of the health unit budget.
Councillor Van Holst.
Well, thank you very much. That it's good that we have an idea of what we might expect in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking to committee to see if there was anything further. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you to colleagues, we may be an obligated funder, but we don't have to support provincial downloading. So I will not be voting in favor of this amendment. And I hope that Dr. Summers and Ms. Williams know that that's not a reflection on the work that they or their staff have done. And I appreciate very much the work that they have done through the pandemic. It has been top-notch compared to any other municipality right across the province or across the country, and I thank you for that work. But to simply say we're going to absorb it because the province has changed the funding formula, that is not where I'm prepared to go. We've seen the province do this to us before. We've dealt with it in childcare funding. We've dealt with it in housing funding. And frankly, I'm tired of accepting provincial downloading. There's nothing we can do about it. So I will be a no. And that is not a reflection on the work of the staff at the health unit. The line has to be drawn somewhere. And if I'm channeling my inner Councillor Squire today, I apologize for that, Councillor Hamou, but somebody at some point has to say to the province, enough is enough. Property taxes are the least fair way to fund this. It should be funded through income and consumer taxes as collected by the province.
Thank you. Looking for any further speakers? Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. I wanted to just ask, since we have Ms. Williams here, about the mitigation funding for 2021. And then my understanding is that the mitigation funding has been extended for 2022, but we're not so sure about after 2022. So I wonder if you could just weigh in on the magnitude of that for the City of London. I think based on what you said, it's something like $1.1 million. And whether that's actually hit your budget yet or not, and if you expect it to hit in 2022 or not, because my understanding of this case is that it's about the inflationary pressures and not about the ratio shifting, which has been stayed so far.
Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, yes, that is correct. We received $1.36 million in 2021. We have had that confirmed already for 2022, and that is to mitigate the cost sharing proposal from 75-25 to 70-30, so that cost is not shared with the municipalities. And the main driver behind our ask today is inflationary pressure.
Councillor Helmer, a follow-up?
Thank you. So, I want to say I'm on the AMO Health Task Force and have been for a number of years. And I will say that the task force is very seized with this issue and talks to the province regularly and gives advice to the AMO board about the cost sharing issue. We've totally opposed it the entire time, shifting from 75-25 to 70-30. Frankly, I think it should be going the other way, going from 75-25 to say 80-20. The provincial government is responsible for health, and I don't think we should just take it as a given that the municipal level of government should be paying for 25% of health. So I think the health unit, what they do is incredibly important. I'm glad to have municipal involvement in the health unit, but 75-25 was okay. 80-20 or 90-10 I think would be much better, and the province is trying to push things the other way. I'm really glad that they stopped doing that. That was really an appropriate time to do it. I think they realized that, and they have picked up and they've recognized that all the extra costs of the pandemic response should be 100% covered by the province. And if they tried to have the municipality pick up 25% of that, it'd be something like $7.5 million a year. We just have to come up with it out of nowhere. And so, the province, as Councillor Lewis has pointed out, is the one that has income taxes and sales taxes available to them. The distribution of those taxes and how they're raised, it's much better from an equity perspective than property tax. And I would like to see the province going in the other direction. So, on this particular amendment, it's about the inflationary increases that the health units face. They've prevented us from having to deal with any of them for quite some time, because for many years it was going the other direction. The province was picking up more and more, and they were uploading the costs. And we avoided some of those issues because of that. Now we have to deal with it, and so I'm going to support it. I've been through the health unit budgeting process several times, and I'll say they make big changes. The divestment cases that came through PVMA are quite significant. They create an entire new outreach team out of nowhere by stopping certain things, totally stopping areas of activity that they knew were providing value in the community, but not as much value as something new that could be done. And those are tough decisions to make, and I've seen them make it time and time again. While you're here, it seems like a good opportunity to say thanks very much, for all the work that you and all your team are doing, getting through the pandemic and all the other things that the health unit does. So sometimes it's easy to forget about some of the things because they're preventative in nature, and a lot of times we don't see problems happening because of the work that you're doing. So I want to say thank you. I'm going to support the amendment. I will continue to push for the cost sharing arrangement to go the other way, not the way the province would like to have it. It's going to be a major problem for us in 2023. If they go through with it in 2023, we'll have to come up with over $1 million in property tax money. We won't get any more services for that. We'll just be paying more. And we have to push back really strongly against that kind of provincial change, especially unilateral, against the opposition of basically every municipality.
Thank you. I see no for Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for indulging a second round here. Just wanted to speak to Councillor Lewis's comment. I can appreciate the concerns and the ideological concern about the province shifting responsibilities onto us. Councillor Helmer identified it and articulated it quite well in his line of questioning, that these are predominantly inflationary costs. There will be impacts as those ratios are shifted. One of the big impacts is actually there's a number of programs that are 100% funded by the province that are looking to be shifted back to a cost share model, which will impact us as well. However, right now, for the past 14 years, we haven't seen any inflationary increases at all passed on to us, and we should have. The health unit has managed to find a way to mitigate and protect the municipal funders from the inflationary increases of its programming offerings. So saying no right now might be a nice ideological thing to send a message to the province, but if we all did that, then the health unit would be without this funds and would have to try and figure out for the next little while until maybe the province came in to say, okay, no, fine, we relent, we'll cover that, which they probably won't. So think about the impact of saying no. It's nice to be in a position to say, okay, I'm on my own, I'll vote no, just to send a message, but you can't. I'm not to tell anybody what they can and can't do, but the impact of all of us taking that stance would be profound in terms of its impact to the health unit, and they shouldn't have to suffer as a result of that.
Thank you. Councillor Van Merbergen, were you looking for an opportunity to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Well, clearly, there's no doubt that healthcare funding is primarily provincial. That's an obvious given. I wanted to continue a little bit from Councillor Hamou in terms of funding regarding the COVID response. And I apologize if some of this came through a little bit earlier, but I'd like to clarify. Obviously, with the COVID response, there was a huge uptake in expenditures. That only makes sense. How were those new and unique expenses covered?
Ms. Williams, just for colleagues, we'll just keep our questions as succinct as possible, same with answers from our guest panelists. Ms. Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, the COVID extraordinary expenses, as they are called, have been 100% funded by the province.
Councillor Van Merbergen.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say great questions from everyone today, and we've really hopefully expanded information out there about the public health unit and budgeting process. We are in a time of extreme uncertainty with public health in general, and especially here in the City of London. Ms. Williams pointed out what the separate COVID cost budget has been, and it's extraordinary, in the $60 million range. Post-COVID, there will be repercussions, and there already are repercussions to public health because of COVID that can't be identified as direct COVID costs. So we're seeing increases in opioid addictions and use and substance misuse in general. We're seeing increases in domestic violence and issues surrounding domestic violence. There are a number of public health costs because of COVID, but they're not directly related to COVID. So we can't submit those costs to the province. But, and as Ms. Williams pointed out, there are a number of programs that have been on hold throughout the pandemic that will need to be ramped up again. The public health unit serves, amongst all of us, but serves the most vulnerable and marginalized people in our community. These programs are extremely important. The Nurse Family Partnership Program, where they visit young mothers throughout their prenatal and postpartum up until the child is 2 years old. And the iHeal program, which was an investment that the Board of Health made last year to deal with issues around domestic violence, and especially women who are leaving a domestic violent situation. And in those first 6 months of leaving that situation is when they are most vulnerable. We saw an HIV/AIDS epidemic in this city that was as bad or worse than some of the major centers in Canada. I think we were 67 cases of HIV at the worst of it, and it's gone down to the low teens, but we are starting to see those numbers go back up again. And this is, again, related to the current pandemic situation, but not something that we can say, COVID caused this, so we need money to fund these programs. That's where the dilemma is for public health right now. Same thing with the opioid crisis in the City of London. Strides have been made, especially because of the supervised consumption facility that's up and running here in London. But again, we're seeing some disturbing trends happening now. There was a modernization process that was begun by the province, and consultations were being held across the province on how public health, what the future of public health would be, whether public health units would be amalgamated, and how we wanted to see that structure. Those consultations were put on hold at the start of the pandemic. And early in the pandemic, we were told that they would begin again once the COVID was under control. We would pick up where we left off. That's all unknown right now. We don't know now if that's going to go forward, and we don't know what modernization is going to look like. And in the midst of all this, we have a workforce at our own public health unit that has tripled in response to the crisis. Despite the tripling of that workforce, these people, as we've heard recently, have taken on a tremendous amount of work and stress. Some of these people have been on the case and contact management team, the last person to speak to a COVID patient before they're admitted to ICU, and some of them before they succumbed to that disease. The last person to speak to them has been a public health nurse at the MLHU. There's a tremendous amount of trauma that these people have experienced because of COVID. And all of the community partners that have worked with the health unit, LHSC, the family...
30 seconds.
Thank you. Family doctors, pharmacies, they've all been working with MLHU. They've been involved every step of the way. So public health has proven its worth and its value to our society. And I just hope that everybody keeps that in mind. When the pandemic is under control, the work of public health will continue, and we need to remember the value that they bring to us.
Thank you, Councillor. I see no further hands raised amongst colleagues. Looking to see if Dr. Summers or Ms. Williams would like to add anything in general or overview before we proceed to the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just to say thank you very much for the invitation, and be happy to return as promised earlier to answer questions in our process next year.
Thank you. And thank you to Dr. Summers and yourself and all your staff for all that you do and continue to do, as it's not done yet. Okay, seeing no further questions or hands, I will call the question as it's been duly moved and seconded.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
Thank you. Item P, Place London funding support for an operating expenditure. I do believe we have RBC representative with us today. Should we have specific questions? Perfect. Ms. Moxie is with us today. So for this item, I will look for a mover and a seconder, and then we can commence with the speakers list. Moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by the mayor. Looking to start a speakers list, should there be one. I will commence with Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, Chair. I sit on the board along with Councillor Turner and the mayor. I just want to thank this council for continued support that you've given to RBC Place. COVID is, as I've said before with other funding requests that we've gotten through this, has really hit this operation hard, reducing essentially to zero business. What we're doing today and has done in the past is ensuring a future for a very important component of our city's economic growth. I can assure you, as I again have alluded to before, through this whole process, management and staff have done a terrific job of keeping expenses as low as possible here while still keeping the operation running. They've also participated with the community in lunch services for food bank, etc. And I also want to tell councillors that we're starting to see a light at the end of the tunnel. Management is doing a great job in providing a very safe and secure environment to allay concerns about COVID, to encourage business to come back. We're excited to see the State of the City coming up in January. We've seen other events already happening in December as we continue to grow back. So we're getting to a place, assuming we continue our path out of this pandemic, where we will no longer have to come to council for further funding. But I just wanted to express my gratitude to council for ensuring the future of this very important city facility. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just to everyone. Also sit on the board, and I know the significant work that's been done and the significant stress that the impact of loss of revenues and events has had on everybody that works at RBC Place. One of the challenges for RBC Place is it's not eligible for any of the federal or provincial funding programs, which is one of the reasons why they come to us. The reason why they're not eligible is because they're considered an entity of the municipality. And as an entity of the municipality, the expectation is that that the funds that the province and the feds have, mostly the province, have provided to municipalities to mitigate the municipal operating cost impacts of COVID would be used to address situations such as this. I just took a couple shots at the province in the last discussion. I'll praise the province right now for the fund transfers that they have provided us because they have been a lifeline for the municipality. If we didn't have those, we'd be in a much worse position going through this budget right now. So my thanks to the province for that. And I think this is a reasonable request of us. It doesn't have a levy impact, mostly because of our ability to have contingencies to be able to address specific situations like this.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Moxie, for being here as well. I really do appreciate it. And as it relates to the request here, I appreciate what Councillor Turner said about some of our boards and commissions not being able to get that funding that is being needed through this time. And I know at RBC Place, we're slowly coming out of it, and how we as a municipality and as a council and as, how we can do more to support. So I am going to be supporting the request. I do have a question though, as it relates to the funding support that is being asked may not be required. And I guess I just would like to have a further understanding how that would work. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank
To
you.
Ms. Moxie.
To Ms. Moxie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, with this budget ask, we are hoping that as we continue to grow and recover from the COVID-19 restrictions put in place, as it stands, hopefully we won't have any more and go back into some sort of restrictions. We are hoping that this ask will actually not be needed from an operating perspective. However, we are in a position to ask for some operating help just in case. We are forecasting that we will have some growth this year. Although in the last couple of weeks, there's been a little bit of a cautious approach to some meetings returning. But we decided through consultation with the finance team at the city that we would like to go through an operating ask, which we, for the first time in almost 30 years, we haven't had to do that. So we are doing this as a just in case, but hopefully things will start to recover at a quicker pace.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, again, thank you, Ms. Moxie. I will be supporting the request. I think during these uncertain times, having that bit of security there is always important. RBC Place is important to our city, and opportunities, who knows what happens as we move forward. There is that flexibility to not have this money. I hope that would be the case, but again, very supportive of the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Holder.
Thank you very much. I certainly hope all of our colleagues around the Horseshoe are as excited as Councillor Lehman in attending the State of the City. That would be terrific for a couple of reasons. It certainly supports the chamber critically. It supports the RBC Place, and as has been noted, the amount of times they've had to come to the city, frankly, has been somewhat limited because of the success of the center. I will tell you that, and I think Councillor Turner made an important point. When we did receive additional funds from the province, I would say more than we anticipated, to be fair, for 2021, it was with the notion that we would support various facilities like RBC Place, and RBC Place is one of the jewels in the crown. I always call it one of the anchors of downtown, and it truly is critical to our success. I'm hopeful that all of our colleagues will support this. It's critically important, and again, I appreciate the leadership that's been shown through Ms. De Silva and the full management team, and the staff who frankly had to struggle through this whole COVID process, from layoffs to uncertainty. And it's my hope that 2022 brings us back to full bore. I sincerely hope that, but it's I do hope that council will support this request. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. I see no further hands at the moment. I will thank Ms. De Silva, who had welcomed me on site last week to go over some budget considerations and where they're at and discussing their recovery with RBC Place and their well thought out budget. So thank you, Ms. Moxie, for being here in her place. All the renovations look absolutely wonderful, and we do welcome guests from near and far back to the City of London as soon as possible. And for those interested, the State of the City address that the Mayor mentioned is January 25th, 2022. So hopefully many people can join us. Motion's been moved and seconded. I still see no further questions or comments, so I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Business case P4 is the private parking enforcement increased fines operating expenditure. Looking for a mover and a seconder, and then we can take any questions or comments. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. Looking to see if there's any questions or comments from colleagues. I will start with Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Perhaps through you to staff, I'm kind of curious about this one. One, I'm wondering if the revenues identified in here are net and net in consideration of if it actually is a deterrent, that there would be an increase, an expected increase in the number of, or decrease in the number of fines that would have to be laid as individual events.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's Oris Catholic here. Yes, through the chair. We do expect this to be a deterrent. We have over 300 private properties within this program that has been in place for well over a decade. On an average, over 5 years, we issue approximately 7,000 tickets. And now that we are within a administrative monetary program process, the process for private property owners has been extremely streamlined. This year already, we have issued 4,600 fines or amps, totaling just over 200,000. By increasing the amp by $15, we do expect that to be a deterrent for repeat offenders that are trespassing on private property. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner, a follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Katolik, and through you, Madam Chair. What's the anticipated decrease in infraction notices that that would correspond with the with this increase in penalty?
Mr. Katolik.
Yes, through the chair, that would be a difficult number to provide. I do know that every year we have an increase in participation in the program, with mainly commercial and residential properties.
Through you, Madam Chair, perhaps just to clarify then, is the amount here based on a multiplication of the additional $15 per ticket times the number of historical tickets that have been issued, or reflective of a reduction in the number of tickets to be issued?
To staff?
Through the chair, it's actually both. It's looking at the past 5-year average of 7,000 tickets issued. And definitely our expectation is as tickets increase, the repetitive nature of the violation decreases.
Okay, looking to see if there was any other questions or comments on this one.
If I might then, the anticipated is that there would be a $100,000, if I'm reading this right, increase in revenues as a result of $15 fines, increase in that. In order to come to that $100,000 number, it would be $15 multiplied times a number of infractions. And if I look at 7,000, that is roughly $15 times 7,000, I think, to come to. Sorry, that should be 70. Yeah, $100,000. So $105,000 roughly. So this doesn't seem to reflect a reduction in the net number of tickets issued. It seems to be based on 7,000 tickets issued. So if it is truly a deterrent, then we would expect to see a smaller number. Maybe it decreases infractions by 10%, in which case we'd see 6,300 infractions, in which case we'd see $10,000 less than the $100,000 proposed here. So that's why I'm trying to get to the number here, because my concern is if it's effective and we're budgeting on an increased amount of money, and that money doesn't materialize because it was effective based on a prediction that's based on the historic trend, then we're going to be out money. But if it is effective, then the revenue should be higher.
Through the chair, if I may clarify, the number of participants within this program being commercial and residential properties has historically been on the increase. And when larger properties become participants, and through the AMPS program, which is very streamlined by issuing AMPS by mail, we do expect to reach these targets.
And thank you. Just two final questions on this. Is this this monetary penalty only applicable to the private property program, or is this increase the general infraction cost for all extended parking beyond the time limits?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, it's only for the private parking enforcement program.
And the last question is, did this come about as a result of our review or as a request of the people for whom we're patrolling?
Mr. Katolik.
Through the chair, a result of our review.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. At the moment, I'm seeing no further questions or comments. I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. P5 is the reduction in required investment operating expenditure. I will start by recognizing Councillor Van Merbergen for a conflict.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a conflict on this one as my wife operates her own daycare.
Thank you. Looking to committee for a mover and a seconder, and we'll start the speakers list. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Lewis. I will start with Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about the planned construction of these facilities and how it's tracking for 2022. I'm concerned that some of this funding may be required because the buildings will be up partway through 2022, and I want to make sure that we're providing the funding we need for childcare if those buildings actually are available. So I know there's 3 that were delayed last year, and it's the same 3 we're working on now. Just based on what I saw in the Southeast Public School, it seems like it's getting closer and closer. So I wonder if, perhaps this question for Ms. Smith through the chair, what we think the forecasted opening dates for these facilities will be.
Thank you. To staff.
Through the chair, it's Mr. Dickens. As part of our corporate restructuring, I am the lucky DCM overseeing childcare and early years. So thank you for the question. We do not anticipate any service impacts associated with this proposed amendment. The construction has been stalled or slowed down as a result of a number of delays outside of our control related to the pandemic. The capital construction will pick up and continue, but it is not expected that the funding that we are proposing here will be needed in 2022. The construction at best estimate would be late into 2022, and I would use fall as that descriptor, but it also being noted that provincial expansion plan funding will still be available to sustain any previous system growth as well.
Councillor Helmer, a follow-up.
Thank you. One of the reasons I'm asking about it is I went onto the TVDSB website and they're saying September 2022, which leaves a third of the year for the facility to be open and needing operational funding to make sure the childcare spaces are available. In my experience, sometimes the province is not super fast to act to provide the funding immediately. And so I want to make sure that we are budgeting for what might actually be required. And so I don't know about the status of the other 2 schools. Unfortunately, the information is not really readily available where the childcare facilities are proposed to be operating. But a third of the spaces are at the Southeast Public School. If it is operational in September, that leaves a third of the year to go. So it's like a third times a third on $1.6 million. It's $180,000 that might be needed. So I want to make sure, Mr. Dickens, that if the school is operational in September and the childcare facilities need to open, where's the money the further municipal contribution going to be coming from if we don't set even some of it aside now?
Mr. Dickens.
Thank you, and through the chair, as we worked with our finance counterparts to create this amendment, that was the forecasting we anticipated was for the schools and the spaces to be open in September. So that was the assumption we used is a fall opening. We know when childcare centers open, there seems to be a gradual uptake and a move to full capacity. But we have, as civic administration, forecasted a fall opening. So therefore, we feel that the funding is available to us.
Councillor Helmer.
Okay, I'm going to shift gears and just ask about the Ontario Works piece. The suggestion is that some of the recruitment in the area be delayed at least a year and kind of keep an eye on what's happening with the caseload. This is an area where you've got a lot of uncertainty about how quickly the caseload might recover, what's going to happen with the federal support programs in particular. And I guess I wanted to ask about, you've obviously thought about, is this a longer term impact or is it something that's just going to be next year? I'm concerned about this area that we don't make, semi-permanent changes that could be difficult to unwind if the caseload starts going the other way relatively quickly. And I just wanted to ask through the chair, Mr. Dickens, I guess your level of comfort with sort of what you know or what you anticipate is going to happen in 2022 and that we'll still be in a good position to respond if things start to accelerate the other direction pretty quickly.
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, we continue to monitor all provincial trends as well as our local caseload trends. We feel that what we're recommending here, again, allows us some breathing room if we start to see an increase in the caseload. We are slowly starting to see some uptake in new intakes, but not at a pace or a volume that would return us to pre-pandemic levels. We also do not anticipate, given the significant decrease in our caseload experience over the last 18 months, that we would see an immediate rebound to those levels. So we feel very confident in what we're proposing and that we would not be putting ourselves in a position where there would be any service level impacts or compromises to the quality of care that we provide those participants.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me. If we could call A and B in that case separately, I'm going to be voting differently on them.
Perfect. So the Ontario Works portion will be called separately from the childcare portion. Looking for any other further questions or comments to staff on this one? Okay, seeing none, do the clerks need some time to finish separating those numbers out? No. Okay, and we're fine with the same mover and seconder for both. So I'm calling the question on the childcare portion. Will come up on your screens first.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1 with 1 recuse.
Perfect, thank you. Motion will now show on your screens for vote.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Item F being case P6 is the infrastructure gap in community building projects reductions operating expenditures. Looking to committee for a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Lehman. Starting my speakers list. And for those wondering, it is my intention after this section to take a brief break to grab a drink and a wash and break for those who need it. So maybe that was encouragement. If you have questions, just keep them really tight. So looking to anyone who has questions or comments on item P6. Okay, my list will commence with Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just pulling up the 2019 Corporate Asset Management Plan that had our infrastructure gap as continuing to grow. Could, perhaps through you, Madam Chair, would staff be able to comment on the growth of the infrastructure gap versus the growth of our capital? And basically on a rate, is the gap growing faster than the amount that we invest in new capital? The answer we had last time when I asked these questions was that the infrastructure gap continues to grow because we continue to put more capital in. And so the amount of capital as a growing city increases, and therefore in the future we're going to have a larger gap, and but that's reflective of the amount of the city grows too. So so it shouldn't be as much of an issue. But is that gap growing faster than the city or the investment in capital?
Perfect. Thank you for that. Going to staff.
Thank you, through the chair. So one of the things that this infrastructure gap as a percentage of the replacement value has been slowly on a declining basis because council has continued to make some investments towards this. As the city has been growing, and you'll recall through our assessment growth allocation that as new assets and infrastructure are being added to the city as a result of growth, we are, through the assessment growth process, putting aside the proportion to provide the upkeep and maintenance on that growth of the assets through that process. So in combination with the additional investments to support our ongoing life cycle, in addition to the assessment growth, that is mitigating the rate of the growth in the infrastructure gap from the rate that was initially anticipated. I believe that answers the councillor's question.
Councillor Turner.
Yeah, thank you. So it mitigates it, but it doesn't, we're not investing more than the gap. So we're not investing more over time than the gap grows. So the gap continues to grow. I mean, we're decreasing the rate at which it grows, but it's still growing, is my concern. So I'm wondering what the rationale for, I recognize this was something that was put forward in the last update, and it's a continuation of this. But I'm taking a look at the projection right now, was that if we hadn't done anything to address the infrastructure gap back in 2018, we would be at around $250 million of a gap, and this year we would be on track for about $450 million. So in a 4-year period, we saw it growing from 250 to 450 if we did nothing. But with the investments that we made, we went from 250 to estimated around this time to about 300, but then, and it leveled out because of those investments, but then even with those, notwithstanding those investments, it continues to go back on the same rate of trajectory in terms of its rise, so that the difference would be about $150 million in terms of our reduction on that gap, but the gap continues to grow. So I continue to really worry about the logic and the rationale of not investing where we can in terms of our infrastructure. And this is, I mean, for those who are nuts and bolts politicians about we need to be delivering core services like roads and sewers and things like that. This is our infrastructure. It's our buildings, it's our bridges, it's our all that stuff. And if we can tolerate a certain decrease in the standard at which we maintain these things, but if we're going to keep them in good operating condition, we need to invest there. And the investments, I really worry about us cutting this much money because it's a cumulative amount of money, right? That's we do see the infrastructure gap grow year to year. If we were able to keep it flatlined, and we knew there was an infrastructure gap of $300 million, next year it was going to be $300 million, and the year after that it was going to be $300 million. Okay, but Instead, we're seeing rises in the neighborhood of 15, 20%, which is much more than the city's growing at about, I'll say, 2%. So I urge you not to support this because I don't think it's a sage way to save money. You know, penny wise, pound foolish. That's where we are here, because this really just kicks that cost down the road.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to speak to this, and in particular, this goes right back to the original multi-year budget approval. This wasn't a staff recommended investment. This was one that was for consideration, and it was one that I actually put on the floor and was the mover of at that time. And then last year, myself and Councillor Squire put forward a motion for this reduction to happen, and at the time, Council decided that they only wanted to do it for a one-year time frame, and that we would reconsider in the following year, and here we are reconsidering it. I think it's really important to also, because Councillor Turner's right, this is the nuts and bolts stuff. Absolutely, I agree with him. But the real world nuts and bolts is that there's also some limits on how fast we can close the infrastructure gap. And I can point to 2 projects in my ward right now that are not just weeks, but months, and if we want to talk about the community center, years behind schedule. Because we've had over the last 2 years supply chain issues, labor issues, as have the contractors that we've tendered work from. There's only so many roads we can close at a given time, so many sewer separations we can do at a given time, because there still has to be service maintained for people to get around the city, for people to still be able to flush their toilets and get clean water out of their taps as we're doing these infrastructure upgrades. So I think it's also important to consider the capacity at which we can fill the infrastructure gap. And by all means, if councillors have specific questions for staff, they can do those. I've certainly had discussions with Ms. Scher and her team about how fast they can do these things. And to my frustration, they can only do them so fast. But I also want to look at the history of this infrastructure gap a little bit. And I'm going to use a really simple analogy. I'm going to use the speed limits that we follow when we drive. So if we go back to several councils ago, we had a council that was, or several councils in a row that were puttering along at a 50 kilometer speed limit investment in our infrastructure gap. And then, to its credit, the former council made a significant investment. They ramped it up, and they were doing 80 kilometers an hour investing in closing that infrastructure gap, and probably the most significant investment that had been made in at least a decade, maybe more. And they deserve the acknowledgement, including those who were members of that council who are still here for making that investment. And then this business case came forward, and we ramped up the speed even faster. We got up to 100 kilometers an hour. It's like we were getting on the 401. But then a reality's come along that we've had to slow. What this is doing is suggesting we slow it back down to 80. We're still making much better investments in the future of the infrastructure gap than previous councils. And at the same time, we're recognizing that for, the faster you go, the less efficient your fuel consumption is. Well, our constituents right now are having a hard time with the fuel consumption on their home budgets. And this is an area where we can throttle back. We can take our foot off the gas, not entirely, but a little bit, provide some relief. And hopefully, as the years roll ahead and as we get through the recovery, we can put our foot back on the speed pedal and put a little more gas down and get back up to that 100. Heck, we might even get up to let's be honest, the 120 that most people do on the 401. But right now, I think it's really prudent that we throttle back, that we go back to that 80 kilometer investment. It's still better than the 50 kilometer investment that we had for more than a decade in this city. We're still recognizing that we've got to make these infrastructure improvements. We're just doing them at a pace that respects the fact that right now, The residents and the businesses of the city can only contribute so much to the property tax base, and our staff can only get the money out the door so fast. And I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair, encouraging colleagues to support this one.
Thank you. Looking for further speakers on this item. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, and thank you to both my colleagues for this one. I think that this one is obviously one that can have debate around it because the infrastructure gap's like a lever. You can push it forward pretty hard. You can pull back on it. You can basically set it at a level, and and there will be differences of opinions on what level to set at what time in the budget process. But I do want to recognize a couple of things that Ms. Barbone says, and a couple of things that Councillor Lewis said about the previous council. That there is the direct infrastructure gap funding in the budget that we can make. And there was business case A and business case B in the multi-year budget, one administratively prioritized, one optional. We ended up going with part of both. We rolled back some of business case B last year. But over the course of the last two multi-year budgets, we've also made policy decisions and changes to our surplus policy and the way that we have approached even assessment growth, and Ms. Barbone articulated that today. And these are all components of trying to tackle the infrastructure gap. So the report also outlines that there is still strong net positive investments towards the infrastructure gap. And I'd like either through the chair, Ms. Barbone, or Mr. Murray, whoever's most appropriate, if they could outline, even with this reduction, what are the scope of the investments in the infrastructure gap that we're making within this multi-year budget still. And I believe, from my understanding, it's outlined on page 112, but I'll leave that to our staff to articulate that.
Thank you. To staff.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. The Deputy Mayor is correct. I will refer committee to page 112 of your budget, Sir Locke. So there is a nice table breaking down all of the various contributions to our infrastructure gap reserve fund that have been approved going back now to the start of the previous multi-year budget. So this is both the combination of the budget business cases that have been approved as well as the assessment growth cases that have been approved on an annual basis as well. I will note as well that the table that you see on page 112 includes this potential reduction. So it already incorporates the reduced contribution in these figures. So what you see on page 112 is the remaining contribution, assuming this reduced contribution through this budget amendment is approved.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morgan.
The other thing too that we've heard in reports that have come through corporate services and other committees is that the infrastructure gap is also related to the service levels that are set either by us or requirements we're required to follow. And so it can fluctuate as we change the service standards that the city makes. Road quality index is one example. That can dramatically change the way that the infrastructure gap changes because it is a percentage of the replacement value and also a function of the points at which we start to make those investments over time. So I think this pullback of the infrastructure gap at this time is okay. I think we have to recognize the investments we've made. We have to do this cautiously. We have to understand the importance of the regular reporting on how the gap is changing over time with all of those factors and be conscious of the other policy tools that we have, like the what I would say is a very positive change to our assessment growth approach. What we are doing with the other policy tools to try to engage with this problem. It's a multi-generational issue. It is one of those things where we can make multiple points of decisions on at multiple times, and I think you can see over time voting, for for increases and reductions given the prioritizations of the budget. To me, this one's all about the choices that we make in budgeting. There's some flexibility to this one, but you got to be very conscious of the long-term impacts of these decisions and the cumulative impacts. So I think both Councillor Turner and Councillor Lewis make excellent points. At this time, I'll go with what our staff is recommending and support the business case.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see this as a budget where staff is prioritizing the needs of the taxpayer. And I see that council is going that direction too. And so I'll be supporting this one. And I hope that we can achieve that goal that was set out at the beginning, that reduced the amount substantially from 3.6 to 2.8, and that will help. So again, I see this as a budget where we're prioritizing the needs of the taxpayer, and so I'm going to support all these reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If I look at the corporate asset management plan on page 24, it shows 2022 is estimated about $300 million for the gap. This is with the revised projections based on the investments that have been made in the past. And the 2024 infrastructure gap of $400 million. So that's a 30% increase over 2 years. That's huge, for one. Second part is that's a $50 million increase per year, and that's the slope of the line. It's $50 million per year growth, not stabilized. It's not what the gap is. It continues to accelerate at $50 million a year. So Councillor Morgan identified on page 112 the chart that showed the investments of 2022, $14,790,000. Those new investments to try and address that growth in the gap. The $50 million growth in the gap is being addressed by $15 million in investments. So the delta is about $35 million there. The next year we're 16.5 and $50 million additional in that year. So yeah, the growth is slowed a little bit. I recognize $600,000 is 1% impact on that $500 million. It might be 1.2%, somewhere in there. But the fact that the proposal here is to make permanent that reduction. Councillor Lewis is right. People have been stressed. There have been family impacts on everybody's homes. I recognize that, but to make this permanent is an ongoing, significant, cumulative impact. 10 years, that's $6 million taken out of our infrastructure maintenance funds. There are levy impacts, stuff that, and so we'll have our general capital in terms of our capital growth, in terms in life cycle maintenance and repair. But this is above and beyond that. This is $50 million additional beyond what our general revenues would be able to realize. So I really caution you, if we were to go back to analogies, I love analogies, we're in a boat with a hole and we're bailing. And we've got to bail fast or we'll sink. And if we're going to take our foot off the gas and we slow down on that, we're going to sink faster.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to everyone for the debate. I've been listening very intently, and I really appreciate both sides of the argument here. I think my biggest concern right here and now is that we're making this reduction permanently. And I am struggling because I think we want to show the taxpayers in London that we've got to do everything possible to reduce the tax levy. I'm not convinced that this is the place to do it. And as much as I have residents in my ward that are all about zero tax increases, I know the infrastructure and moving around a ward that is growing, and the challenges and the needs are going to become greater. It's already expressed. I appreciate we've got tools in the box to deal with this, but I think I'd rather be cautious here and make sure that this does not become a permanent situation. And I would really caution everyone the same thing, because we do know we need to move around the city as it grows. We're not going to stay at this level. And I think it's only going to get worse as we move forward, and the importance of our infrastructure is going to become greater as well. So with that, Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to make my comments.
Thank you. I see no other hands at the moment, but I will ask of Mr. Murray if you can tell us before the vote of what tax percentage increase this decision point would have on the tax rate.
Thank you. Through the chair. The primary component of amendment number 6 is, of course, part A, the infrastructure gap piece. The tax levy impact for 2022 is approximately 0.1% impact if it's not approved.
Perfect. Thank you. Mayor Holder.
Thanks very much. I'm going to weigh in now, if I might, Chair. I'm prepared to support the staff recommendation. Look, we've been trying to find ways that we can find thoughtful reductions and the like. And we've had, even through this budget process, some commitments to increases. I do not see a dramatic impact as a result of the staff recommendation. I'm absolutely going to support it, and I appreciate the care that staff takes to come to a solution that again balances the interests of the taxpayer and the needs of the city and the taxpayers' needs as we go forward. So I appreciate what they've done, and I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers on the list, and it's been moved and seconded, I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 10-5.
Thank you, colleagues. Process for step 1, the budget process that we're following today. Before we take our brief 10-minute break, I will ask Mr. Murray to please turn on his screen and show us the decision points we've made of the current tax increase that we're sitting at, recognizing we started at 3.8.
Thank you. Through the chair. So again, we have not made any deviation from what I presented first thing this morning at this stage. So again, we are still on track, assuming committee approves the remaining budget amendments in front of you to bring the tax levy increase for 2022 down from 3.8% to 2.8%. So no change based on what I presented earlier. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. So it's 11:18. I would need a mover and a seconder for a 10-minute brio break, bringing us back at 11:28. Moved by Councillor Fife-Millar, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. I will see you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Or sorry, a hand vote. I guess we officially have to take a break.
Chair, we couldn't say 11:30 just on principle?
Now that you've talked about it, it will be 11:30.
There you go.
Colleagues, screen on, please, and into your seats if you're in chambers. Thank you, colleagues. As we resume post-break, item 4.2 being the 2021 Middlesex London Health Unit funding request. If Mr. Murray could just frame this one for us, and then the clerks will read out the wording that's been prepared to process this one for us today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So we, as part of our mid-year monitoring report this year, we're anticipating this health unit additional funding as a pressure in our 2021 year-end position. We, as recently as approximately November 5th, we're still anticipating that that this pressure would materialize as indicated in the letter in the appendix to the staff report on your agenda today. However, we were just advised earlier this week on Monday that this funding is now no longer required, and Ms. Williams did address that as well during her remarks. So at this point, it's not necessary to approve this funding for 2021, and we would recommend that committee take no action on this matter. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Could the clerks read out the wording that's been provided to help guide us?
Thank you. Through the chair, and this is available in eScribe. The wording of the motion is as follows: that the 2021 Middlesex London Health Unit additional funding request in the amount of $640,233 be received and no action be taken with respect to the request. It being noted that the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee received a verbal update from Kay Murray noting that the request was no longer required.
Perfect. Thank you for that. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Looking for any questions or comments on this item. Seeing none, the vote is calling the question in eScribe.
I'm just going to vote manually yay on this one. I have to re-log in.
Thank you.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. That moves us along to item. There's an A and B as we have two items to consider. This is now in step 2 of our budget update process that Mr. Murray walked us through this morning. We will deal with A and B separate. As per case P7, it has been requested that neighborhood decision-making be called separate of the other two. Looking to see if everyone else is okay with the reduction to neighborhood and athletic travel grants and the operating expenditure, the initiative funding for sports services to be called together. Okay, we're going to separate all three. Okay, we'll start with the reduction of neighborhood decision-making grant program. I would need a mover and a seconder to put this one on the floor before us before we commence discussion. Moved by Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. Oh my goodness, I will now start my speakers list. I will start with Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, on the proposed reduction to neighborhood decision-making, I have some questions for our staff and then some comments. During the budget engagement session, I believe it was the Urban League of London wrote a letter outlining some concerns about the neighborhood decision-making program from an equity perspective, suggesting that that winning areas were wealthier, I believe was their wording, and were more successful in the program. I'd ask Ms. Smith if she could outline, if she could look into this between the meeting and now. And I believe she was able to conduct a high-level review of the program, and I wonder if she can share the results of that high-level review with council, and then I'll make some comments on the case.
Thank you. For those following along, we are on page 119 for our annual budget update document. Ms. Smith.
Thank you. And through the chair, as Deputy Mayor mentioned, we did a high-level analysis of the neighborhood decision-making results over the last, since 2017 to 2021, noting that 2020, we did not offer the program. And based on this data, we found that there's no obvious indications of inequity in the program. We use what's called a social risk index, and this looks at the socioeconomic status of planning districts. So this includes income levels, education, and employment, for example. And so when we looked at this across all the planning districts, we found on average, when grouped by the level of social risks, planning districts with lower socioeconomic status had more winning ideas, received more funding than planning districts with a high socioeconomic status. In addition, lower income areas are just as likely to participate in the neighborhood decision-making program. For example, they submitted more ideas. And then when we looked at the ratio of ideas submitted to winning ideas, it was similar across all types of planning district.
Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, and I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, you know, what I'm hopeful of is as we apply ESG lenses to our budget processes, that we can continue to monitor all programs, including one like neighborhood decision making, for the ways that the benefits are spread across different groups in different parts of the city. And so I appreciate the high level analysis that Ms. Smith was able to do. I would certainly support us doing that evaluation on a regular basis to ensure that it remains that way. But on the business case, I'm not going to support the reduction of neighborhood decision-making, even by half. I believe the program has incredible value, not just to the winning projects, but through the process of democratic participation. The program is open to anyone, any status in Canada, any age. This is the one part of our budget where we don't make the final decision. Of all the other things we're going to talk about today, the public gives us feedback, we vote and we decide on it. This is a small piece of our budget where we have participatory budgeting. And I think in the long run, we want to grow this part of our budget and give members of the community more say rather than less. And I think if we cut this one, it's hard to get it back. And it's cutting something that people are very passionate about, that they're directly involved in, and that they're actually making really great changes in their neighborhoods that they care about, that they take ownership over. And again, even the process of participating in the program has this incredible inherent value to young people, to people voting for the first time, to those interested in participating in some way that is simple, that comes to them, that doesn't have the complexity of coming to a public participation meeting or engaging with their counselor, but like something that arrives on their doorstep that they can submit ideas, they can vote on, and they can see how they do. Not only that, but we have this huge data bank. Like 1,000 ideas have been generated through neighborhood decision making. We may have only implemented about 80 of them, but there's tons of great ideas across the city that I know our staff have taken and incorporated into annual updates to parks and trail systems. This community idea generation has inherent value beyond just this one piece of the budget. And I don't want to reduce the program, because I actually think in the long run we need to go the other way on it. I think we need to find more ways for participatory budgeting in our city's processes, more ways to engage the public directly in shaping their neighborhoods. And so I won't be supporting this reduction to neighborhood decision making. I'll be voting against the budget amendment, and I hope you do too. And I'm interested in everyone's thoughts.
Thank you. Looking for anybody else on a speakers list? Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, in this case, agree completely with the deputy mayor. This is one that I think provides great benefit to the taxpayers, and I think there's some of the things they're asking for are things that we would end up funding anyway, but it wouldn't reduce the expenditure. I think it would take it from other places, and it would give them less input. So I like the engagement. Personally, I would like to see this split up into more areas. Not sure what how the planning districts are defined in Ms. Miller's description there, but I know that, for instance, the Hamilton Road area, or that BIA, where they've promoted ideas, they're kind of split up into, and they've got to compete with two other groups like downtown, which seems to be able to get more people out. So it's very rare. I think perhaps only, I was told only one occasion that an idea won there over the years. So I would like to see it split up, maybe by ward. I think that would be a fair way to do it, or some other method, and increase that quite a bit. And I think the kinds of things that people would be voting for and supporting could simply come out of other budgets. So, and by that I mean the parks budget. If Parks is going to be putting playgrounds in various places, we could take some of that playground budget, simply put it into the neighborhood decision making, and let the citizens decide where in the ward, for instance, the next playground should be, and what it should be like. Those would be great decisions for the community to make. So again, this one, although I'm very interested in seeing that we lower the taxes. I think this one is, again, something people like and would like to go the other way. I'd like to see it go the other way and be increased substantially, because the residents will never feel like the money's being misspent, since they're the ones who had the chance to decide where the project funds would go.
Thank you for that insight, Councillor Van Holst. My speakers list will recognize Councillor Lewis, followed by Councillor Hopkins, and then the mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm of two minds on this one, because I really like the neighborhood decision-making program. I like the participatory democracy that it engages people in. I like the fact that it's open to kids in the community, and it's their first chance to participate in an election process. They campaign for their ideas. They get to vote for their ideas. I had children from both Princess Anne French Immersion and JP Robarts Elementary School who were out on doorsteps delivering flyers during the most recent neighborhood decision-making program and encouraging people to vote for the ideas that they had submitted. And that was really exciting to see, and I use my own social media to amplify their voices on that. And I'm really encouraged that young people were taking some steps there. I also have some concerns about the program, and I'm going to continue to work with colleagues here and with Ms. Smith and her team around those, because I am concerned that this program has become a de facto replacement for school board funding for playgrounds and schoolyards. And just as I said earlier about the health unit and the province, I don't think that we should be backfilling the Ministry of Education's failure to properly fund physical activity in our schools. I don't, although I recognize that our schoolyards do function in some part as de facto parks after school hours, but I don't think it's it's right that we're using property tax dollars to backfill what the school board is not funding. So this one's a challenge for me because I like the program, but I'm not sure that we're necessarily getting all the value for dollars. And I am concerned as well, and Councillor Van Holst alluded to the Parks and Recreation funding. And, you know, we have a great new naturalized playground in Kiwanis Park because of a neighborhood decision-making submission. But at the same time, I'm concerned that there's also a bit of a circumventing of things like the Parks and Recreation Master Plan and timing of rollouts. That said, I think we could do much better in some of our park investments. I think they're really important to the neighborhood. So again, it's one of those situations where it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. I also think that we need to do an improved job of vetting the submissions, because I think that there are submissions that appear, and they certainly did this year, things that were already in process appeared on the neighborhood decision-making, certainly in the Southeast Zone, as items that had been approved for the vote to go forward, but they were items that staff were already working on delivering, because they were items that I had raised and community members had raised, and they were already being worked on for resolutions. And I'm just going to use one example. There was a suggestion of an opening day celebration for the East Lyons Community Center. Well, we've already worked on that with staff. That was one that slipped through that shouldn't have even been on the list, in my opinion, because it was already planned for. So in that case, I think the applicant should have been advised that we've actually already set aside funding for this. So I'm not sure that the program is working as well as it could, but I'm also not sure that a reduction in funding is going to make that any better. And in fact, it may make it worse. So I want to listen to what others have to say on this one, because I'm not 100% decided yet.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And I have no problem supporting not removing this deduction. It's an easy one for me. And I'd just like to, first of all, follow up with Deputy Morgan's comments about when you take something away, how that becomes the norm. We had a previous amendment that was a takeaway, and now it's becoming the norm. And I have concerns when we do that. We really should, if we are going to be taking away, we should really understand the implications of that. And I know Councillor Lewis, there's no program out there that's going to be perfect. I know staff do the evaluations and the reviews, but this program is, the way we are doing this program is so much better than it used to be. We used to have the gallery full of people asking for money for their communities, and we as a council had to make that decision, and that was very combative and very difficult. It is removing what we think of programs, if we like them or not, removing us from that conversation. I think the program is important to have, to continue. It's an opportunity for the communities to come together. I've heard, regardless of what I think if it's a good idea or not, it's the enthusiasm and it's the community coming together to make those decisions that they see fits their neighborhood. So I will be I'm glad we are going to be dividing A, B, and C, but I will be not supporting the removal of this grant program.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. I won't support a reduction in the program. I'm always mindful that our goal of perfection can get in the way of the very good, and this is a very good program. For all the reasons that have been expressed in terms of community involvement, from youth to older members of our community, I think it's extremely solid. And whether vetting needs to be improved or communication needs to be enhanced, that will be whatever it is. But that does not make the program any less important. There are very few things where members of our community can truly get their hands around something and be involved and be participatory. Having said that, I'm not prepared to support increasing it from its current levels, certainly at this time. But to decrease, I think, would be a step in the wrong direction. And it's my hope that council will support the basically the status quo. It's a modest amount of reduction, and I'm mindful that every dollar is an impact, but this is one where I think our community can really get its hands on it and do something positive. And I think the comments we've heard from colleagues to this point have been important. And I just remind us, where else in the host of the various programs that we have can there really be the kind of citizen input and involvement and follow through that we see through this? So I really appreciate what the community's done, and it's my sincere hope that colleagues will support the status quo.
Thank you. Councillor Hillier.
Yes, thank you. My page is covered in more notes than I care to mention. I started as a no, but I am a yes. But my only concerns are how it's doled out, how the money is spent, because we all have wards that have areas, some have better resources than others. And it's easier for them to campaign for these. And I'm just I'm looking at where things are going, and I would really like us to analyze how the money is distributed and which neighborhoods it's going to, and track it over years.
Thank you for those comments. Councillor Cassidy next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for staff, Ms. Smith, I suppose. We talk about the gender and the equity lens in this particular case, and using that in the decision-making. It's a fairly new tool that we're using at City Hall, and I'm wondering how long we've been using the equity lens when we're making these decisions.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you through the question and through the chair. We've worked really hard every year to continue to improve this and work to including and embracing inclusion and diversity in all of our neighborhood programs, for example. For the last 2 years, 2019, when we ran it, in 2021, we hired community connectors. We hired them for the different languages they can speak, for the different communities that they're integrated with and part of, so that they can really get out there and promote the program, so that we're truly reflective of all the Londoners that could participate in this program. We still have work to do, and we will continue to work with our anti-racism and anti-oppression division in order to make this program continually more equitable and inclusive.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Ms. Smith for that response. I also will not support this reduction. I won't. Deputy Mayor Morgan said it very eloquently, all the reasons why it is great, and the idea of participatory democracy is the biggest one for me. I do love the enthusiasm with which the groups come out and support their ideas. And I'm glad that staff are seeking continuous improvement in this program, because it's one of the few programs where it's overwhelming, the response from the community is overwhelmingly positive. And the one criticism that I think is constant and is the idea that equity-seeking groups have a harder time rallying support for their idea. So I'm happy to hear some of the things that staff are doing to reach out to those groups, to help them in putting their ideas forward and helping them to get the support for their ideas. I do agree it's something that we could consider at some point in the future expanding and growing. I think it is great, and I am sure that there are other municipalities that are looking at this program as a model that they might want to import themselves. So I think this is a wonderful thing. I know the Deputy Mayor was key in getting this started in the first place. It started as a pilot in wards 6 and 7 combined, I think. 7 and 13, sorry. So yeah, I will not support any reduction at this time.
Thank you. I see no one. I see Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Helmer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm actually going to be really brief, and colleagues have convinced me to not support this reduction. And I just want to share, picking up where Councillor Cassidy was just mentioning, earlier this year, I had a guest, a councillor from Winnipeg who was visiting family in my ward, and he learned about this program, and we've sent him information on how to take it there because he was very interested in bringing it forward there too. So thank you for reminding me of that particular experience, Councillor Cassidy, and thanks colleagues for the thoughts that you've all shared on this one.
Councillor Helmer.
Sometimes hesitate to weigh in if I think things are going the way I'd like them to go. Sometimes it can backfire when you start talking about something. But I mean, for me, this program is a really great program. Lots of really cool projects have happened as a result, and the engagement has really increased over time. You know, it started out, it was, 4,000 or 5,000 people voting. One year it had 20,000 people voting for projects. I mean, that's a huge number of people engaged in neighborhood decision-making. And I think it's really just getting started. Like it's had a couple of years, it's doing pretty well. And I certainly don't support cutting the funding. I think sometimes in the desire to trim the impact on the tax levy, we end up dealing with some things that, there's actually nothing wrong with this program at all. This is a great program, and we don't need to cut it at all. And I hear what Councillor Morgan, Deputy Mayor Morgan was saying around, how could we grow it? And I wonder if there's an opportunity to reach out to, the private sector, other people who might want to fund some of these projects to get some matching funding happening. We set up the program, we're running the program, we've put in a fair amount of money to help get it started, show that it works. Perhaps there's a way to leverage that and say, look, who wants to match the city funding? Is there a way to double the amount of money that's available, do more projects in a wider area of the city without having to increase the city contribution? So, that maybe is an opportunity. We don't need to deal with it now, but I think this program in particular is very successful. We should be talking about scaling it up, and definitely not going to support reducing it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Morgan. Sorry, actually, I'm going to go to Councillor Hamou first, who hasn't had an opportunity to speak, and then I'll recognize Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that this is a great program. I'm not going to be supporting reducing the cost because from what I've seen, it's brought my neighborhood together. People are engaged and they get to know one another, and it strengthens community bonds. And I think that's kind of something that we should be doing as a council, is trying to create these meaningful community groups that actually work towards doing something for the people in their neighborhood. So again, just to echo my colleagues' remarks, I won't be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. And whoever in chambers has their phone not on mute, please correct that. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, and I'm glad the chair gave me an eye roll when I put up my hand for a second time. I used to deploy that strategy myself. I'm glad to be on the receiving end of it, but I'm immune to it, so I'm going to speak again. I do want to say thank you to my colleagues for the comments, and I should, given Councillor Cassidy's comments, give credit where credit is due. A friend of mine and someone who I knew before, as well as on FCM, Way Mason from Halifax, is actually who I spoke to quite extensively before pitching the neighborhood decision-making idea here. They have a very mature program there that is run very well. Lots more money involved in it too, and so I should recognize that he was, a strong inspiration for me to bring this forward when I originally did. And I agree with what Councillor Helmer has said. I can tell you some of the ideas that have not won. I know in my own ward, people have been able to pursue private funding and partnerships to actually bring to fruition. And I think in the long run, this data bank of ideas has great inherent value to the municipality, whether it's something that we just do ourselves or whether it's something that, private partners use for, ways that they can contribute. We always have, service clubs and other organizations wanting to invest in our parks and spaces, and there's a process for that, but knowing that you've got an idea that has already been pre-vetted by the community and supported by them, where you can actually see the number of votes cast, is a great way to reach out. So I think both for Councillor Lewis, For sure, there's improvements we can make to the program. And to Councillor Helmer, absolutely, he's saying the same thing. There are other ways we can enhance the program and think about improvements. And I think keeping the budget as is gives us all of those opportunities on our plate to have those discussions through the committee on continuing to improve it and making it even better for Londoners. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, your virtual hand is up. Not sure if you have an additional comment or if you've been satisfied.
I think I have no more to say. I'll take the hand down. Thank you.
Thank you kindly. Seeing no further questions or comments from committee, and it's been duly moved and seconded, calling the question. Sorry, Councillor Van Merberen, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I think a number of Londoners would classify this as a nice to have, but not a need to have. And right now, we are in a world of need to have and not, frankly, in nice to haves at the moment. We only have to remind ourselves, even with this modest reduction, if we achieve it to 2.8%, this 4-year budget cycle will produce an increase to the average London taxpayer, property taxpayer, will produce an increase in slightly over a year of $436 per year more on top of what they were paying in 2019. So if we look back to 2019 and then add on the burden of this 4-year cycle, in about a year's time, we are asking the average, so there would be thousands of paying significantly more than that, $436 that they weren't paying in 2019. And this during a pandemic, this during obvious economic hardship, is a big ask for the average taxpayer. And so when something like this comes forward, and yes, it is very nice, but at this point in time, with the situation that we find ourselves in, these are the types of things that, unfortunately or fortunately, depending on your view, must be removed from funding so that we can make the tax burden for the average Londoner more affordable.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no further questions. Oh, Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yeah, I through the chair, I'm going to make some comments based on the last comments that were made. We need to be really transparent about the way taxes are set, and the budget is one part of it. And our staff does articulate what that budget increase would be per household. But there are other components of the budget that impact that, including the way that tax ratios are set, including the education taxes, and the other work that this council has done. What actually hits people in the pocket is what matters. And I can tell you the budget is just one piece, and every time we go through the tax ratio discussion and layer in the education taxes, that number goes down. This council successfully fought and lobbied the province through the good work of the mayor and the support of Councillor Helmer and myself to successfully get a business education tax reduction that kept the taxes down on businesses, and many have got relief at the exact right time. So I just want us to be cautious. We're talking about the budget here, the budgeted amount. And yes, that is a very important part of the way that people's wallets are hit, but it is not the only factor, and we have to keep that in mind, because what matters is that little brochure that people get to their house and the tax rate that's on that and the amount coming out of their pocket. And so we will have tax ratio discussions. There are some different approaches to that this year because of the freeze and MPAC assessment values, but those education taxes and those ratios are still important to the way that people actually pay. So I think we have to use the global numbers cautiously because they're not necessarily reflective of what actually comes out of people's pockets.
Councillor Van Merberen.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we are well aware that there are tax ratios, but the bottom line is that demand from our Treasury, from the tax system, has to be met. And yes, we can shift the ratios in the pie, but that $436 has to be met if we pass a budget like this. So yes, I understand what the councillor is trying to bring forward here. But in the final analysis, that financial demand must be satisfied.
Thank you. Last call for questions or comments. It's been duly moved and seconded. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 3-12.
Thank you. Budget Amendment P7 being the reduction of Neighborhood Small Events Fund Grant Program. Looking to committee for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Lewis. Seconded by, I'll second it. Looking for questions or comments from committee. Councillor Helmer, and then I'll recognize Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. I don't think the $10,000 savings is worth it. In my experience, this really small grant program helps people who just don't have the money to do these things without it. And it's one of those things that the city does that really helps people overcome those financial barriers and pull off some pretty cool events at very low cost overall. Generally speaking, people who are short on money are pretty creative on how to make that work. And I really see this one as an enabler of some pretty cool activity. I think as we're coming out of the pandemic in particular, and things are starting to return back a bit more to normal in terms of social gatherings and people getting together, that this kind of program is going to be in high demand. So, you know, a $10,000 reduction is not going to be noticed in the overall city budget. It's a very small change, but it will be noticed for the people who are trying to make those events and initiatives happen as they're trying to bring people together and get back to a bit more normal sense of community. So, you know, I think leaving this one alone is a good idea. Just the number of people who have pushed for, I need a fee waived, I need to be able to access this library service, I need to get into book a room. I just think the more we can do to lower those barriers, you see it in even the analysis to say, well, what will be the negative impact? Well, the people who are facing the barriers will have bigger barriers to face. I just don't see the upside. I don't think if you look at it from a sort of who benefits and who doesn't from the cut, I don't think it's a good idea. So I hope people will just take a pass on this idea at this time. If you want to get a evaluation of that program, a bit more detail about it or something, maybe we should see that before we cut it in half. I would just leave it.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to our staff, I would just like the verbal confirmation. The maximum that we're talking about for an organization to be granted under this program is $500. Is that correct?
To staff.
Thank you. And yes, through the chair, it is up to $500.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. So I think it's really important. And, you know, I agree with Councillor Helmer that this isn't going to be noticed by taxpayers in the budget. But I think we also hear this every budget debate. Well, this one's only 10,000, this one's only 50,000, this one's only 100,000, but those numbers do start to add up. And this is one that I am prepared to support the reduction in. And one of the reasons for this is these are one-offs. This is not unlike neighborhood decision-making where you're getting, in many cases, a permanent addition to the community through a real investment in a capital structure that people are going to use for years or enjoy for years, because in some cases it's a mural or it's a notice board or it's a pollinator garden or whatever it is, but you're getting something that's lasting. These are small events. These are benefiting a small number of people, to be quite honest. when you're talking about a neighborhood level event. And when you're talking about $500, and I'll say, prior to my election here as chair of the Argyle Community Association, we accessed this grant one time. And it was much, much easier, frankly, without any disrespect to staff, for us to go to local businesses and get contributions in kind from the neighborhood businesses for an event than it was to go through the city process to get $500. I think that most of the groups who are applying for this are already accessing funds from other sources. You know, these, and I think that we would see it's primarily community association type bodies, not necessarily official community associations, but those sorts of organizations that are doing this. And I just, to me, this is one area where I don't think we're making a significant impact in the community anyway with $500. And I don't see this as something that needs to be defended rigorously. I think the neighborhood decision-making is a much more valuable program. So I'm going to support the reduction in this one. I don't think that one-off events of a small scale are something that it's necessary for us to keep the full budget in place for. I'm willing to support this reduction.
Okay, I have no other. Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is where we start to get into like the really, really micro stuff, which is weird for us to be talking about at a budget level of a $1 billion budget. This is 0.0002% of the budget. I can appreciate Councillor Lewis's comments that all spending cumulatively ends up impacting that $1 billion budget. But the Councillor Helmer identified quite correctly, the neighborhoods are going to want to get together again. We saw a good uptake of this program before. We've had to stop getting together, and we're social beings. This is we miss each other. This is the first time I've been in council chambers in over a year. I missed you guys, honestly, really, I did. It's good to see you again. But neighborhoods are going to want to do this too. And I think it's incumbent on us to help support that recovery and return to play and return to seeing each other again. And this is such a micro thing for us to be now discussing on the budget. To Councillor Lewis's point about this being a little bit more difficult to access than gifts in kind from businesses, yeah, it should be, because it shows that there's accountability for the project and that there's good controls. We just heard the provincial government didn't have very good controls in about $1 billion worth of disbursements. This program has some good oversight, and that's good to hear. So I urge you to support it and not support the cut.
Thank you, Councillor Turner, and we missed you too, and those who are starting to return to chambers. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to staff. Do we get a report on how this money is spent on an annual basis?
To staff.
Thank you for the question. And through the chair, we launched this program in 2018. We promote it on the city's website, but we have not come to council with an update report on this program.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'm of two minds on this one. Philosophically, I think people shouldn't be looking to government to solve their every problem, and also shouldn't be looking to us for every need. And as Councillor Lewis pointed out, these are the perfect things to go to a local business for. And I think I would like to see that being done and have that be people's first choice. However, this amount is small as well, and looking at the comments of Councillor Helmer and Turner, I also see this as a bit of a way to take a pulse. It's almost an experiment or almost a form of engagement. So for that amount of money, we can see who is coming forward, who is looking for help, and be able to gauge what's going on in the community that way. And so if we were able to get a report to see what kind of groups are using this, how and how it's being used, that might be valuable information to us. And for me, $10,000 might be a reasonable amount to spend for that kind of information. So for that reason, I will support it. But again, I do think that the local businesses do look to help and are very willing, because I've seen that happen. And so that's the place people should think about, but they can also think about this as a means for assistance, particularly for those community type of groups might want to come here as well. So I'll vote against the reduction on this, but also look to staff to give us an update somehow, and one that I may just ask offline for, or perhaps it could be a report as well. I don't know if I'm concerned that it be one or the other. So that'll be my approach to this situation, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the comments of my colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A reminder to colleagues to try to keep our points succinct, recognizing staff is always available offline as well if we want more detail following this meeting about reporting or other ideas for the program. For colleagues, I did not state it this morning, but as requested by several of my colleagues, my goal was to accomplish our agenda today. It takes as long as it takes to get through it, but that was my goal. And it is my goal to eventually take lunch, but we have to be at least on item 4.3 first, unless you all overrule me. Councillor Cassidy, you're next.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and I'll try to be brief. I won't support this reduction for all of the reasons that have been articulated already. I do agree that now more than ever, we need to support our communities in their desire to find some semblance of normalcy after the 2 years that we've had, and some ways for them to get together. And I would say now more than ever, with the pandemic, they may need funds to encourage social distancing, to provide masks, to provide hand sanitizer, things like that. So expenses for community groups will have gone up because of the situation that we're in right now. I also think that this program is an excellent opportunity for those equity-seeking groups that don't have the kind of connections and networks. They may not have connections to local businesses. They may not have access to funds to sponsor their events. So this is an opportunity for the city to provide, to level the playing field and provide what these groups need. And we should be encouraging these kinds of things to happen. So I will not support the reduction. I think this is a good program, and I think we should continue with it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Van Holst, if you've been satisfied, if you please remove your virtual hand. In the meantime, I will go to Councillor Sally.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not to speak about the previous item, but I voted contrary to the way I wanted to. I wanted to support the neighborhood decision making, but I'll just deal with that at budget. But I just wanted to note that on this one item that we're on here, I will be supporting to keep funding it and not to reduce the and not bring forward any reductions. So and I encourage others to do the same as well. I think recognizing that sometimes businesses can support local companies. Can support the folks at the grassroots level, but for many in the grassroots level, they have challenges accessing the businesses, and sometimes they don't have those historic relationships or have the ability to tap into some of those funds. And I think every dollar makes a difference. So I won't be supporting the reduction.
Thank you, Councillor. At this point, I'm looking to last call for questions or comments. Seeing none, it's been duly moved and seconded, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is lost, 5-10.
Thank you, Councillor Selly. Your virtual hand is still up. And we're moving on to budget item amendment P7, Part C, being the reduction of athletic travel grants. I will be looking for a mover and a seconder for this one. Moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by Councillor Hamou. Starting my speakers list with Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'd like to ask some questions for staff about this one. In reading the ESG analysis, I noticed that the amendment really didn't have impacts on equity deserving or vulnerable groups. It will not address barriers from an equity. My question is, what is the uptake on this? And does that mean those who have been accessing this grant in the past already have access to other grants? I'm wondering, is this program kind of on top of other existing programs that people tend to suggest? Because it seems like your ESG analysis is headed in that direction. I want to make sure I'm reading it correctly.
To staff.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. And through the chair, the Athletic Travel Grants Program, on average, prior to COVID, so from 2016 to 2019, we allocated approximately $2,500 a year. This is a grant of up to $500 for an individual that is going to a provincial or national sports championship. This is not a subsidy program for sport participation, but it's directly related to supporting them to go to a provincial or national competition. There are other programs in the community now that support, and their support is based on financial needs, such as Jumpstart and KidSport, that supports families and children who are in financial need to participate in sporting activities.
Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, given the answer to your question, would this be more considered a right sizing of the budget? Because it's not a complete elimination, but a fairly dramatic reduction. And given your comments on uptake, I just want to understand the rationale for putting this one on the table as staff.
Ms. Smith.
Thank you. And through the chair, this is the sports grant fund we're discussing is $119,000 in total. 19,000 of this is an annual allocation to the London Sports Council, and it helps them support one of those subsidized programs I talked to you about, KidSport. The remaining money, as I mentioned, some goes to athletic travel grants, but the majority of this money in the past went to support agreements we used to have with organizations, such as allowing us to lease the LPH lands, which we did in the past, to provide sporting activities, and funding to support the Old Dreamers baseball complex. And as both of those agreements are no longer enforced and around, this budget line has been in surplus.
Thank you for that clarification. Follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
No, I have no more questions. Actually, that's been quite helpful to me. I'll support this reduction.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will also be supporting this reduction, and I had asked staff about the history of this fund too, and I was aware that we no longer have purchase of service agreements for the LPH soccer fields and the Dreamers baseball fields, and those are not coming back. So I do see this as a right sizing. I also view this through my own experience lens involved in competitive sports. With kids who play hockey, as well as a little bit of baseball, and more recently getting to know some families involved in soccer. those who are going to provincial or national competitions, quite honestly, folks, they're not looking to the city for funding. When they're team sports, they're well funded. They have organized at the beginning of the year sponsorship dollars for teams before the first puck drops or the first ball is hit. I will say that in just doing a little bit of a straw poll with families that I know involved, nobody was even aware that the city provided a travel grant, let alone ever have attempted to access it. It's not on their radar. And as our staff outlined, there are other programs out there in the community that assist families in financial need for those travel arrangements when that comes up. And I've dealt with families myself who've needed a little extra support to make sure that their child's able to participate in a tournament either elsewhere in the province or out of province. And that's never been a problem. Coming up with the money and frankly approaching the city to subsidize that was never on our radar either. So to me, this is absolutely one where we're in an area of operation that I don't think we should be filling the gap on. And so I'm going to be supporting this cut.
Thank you. Looking for any other further questions or comments? Councillor Turner.
Just really quickly, I can see both sides to this one. This one isn't as significant, in my opinion, as the other two were in terms of preserving them. But I grew up in a family that had very, very little money, and participation in sports was not even a consideration. Anything with travel, right off the radar. I couldn't even consider it. I think the only organized sport I was able to play was Little League baseball, just because, and it was hard enough to get to the other fields within the city. We didn't have a car, and so I always had to hitch rides with people. But to go to overnight tournaments or anything like that, we wouldn't have been able to do it. So knowing that, I didn't know this program existed, and it's only through its proposal of being cut that that I know about it now. And I'm like, you know what? I can see some good utility to something like this. I think if it was focused, and I don't know the full details of the program, but I could see certainly some utility in having that available for those who really don't have access or ability to travel with sport. As Councillor Lewis said, most teams are able to mobilize and find money and do fundraising. Those are great. A lot of people aren't, though. So I don't think I'll support the reduction here, but I can appreciate the comments of my colleagues as well.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question through you to our staff would be for, would staff elaborate on the programs provided by other organizations that are providing the income-based assistance? So would they be able to assist an individual in traveling in a similar way that the program we're making a reduction to here would?
Ms. Smith.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the programs that I'm aware of, for example, is Canadian Tire Jumpstart. And Jumpstart is a program that provides families in financial need the same chance to participate as their neighbors, their classmates, and their friends. So they support families in need to participate and engage in sporting activities so that no one's left behind. The other one is Kids Sport, the same similar idea. It provides grants to children and families facing financial barriers so they can participate in registered sport programs.
Councillor Van Holst, are you satisfied?
Thank you very much. I think that's a good answer. And getting back to the point that we shouldn't be looking to government for everything, I think some things we should perhaps let our broader community look at, because it provides them those opportunities. If they look to the city and say, well, the city must have this covered, then there might be less reason for those individual charitable acts to take place. So given that, and in light of the fact that there's large budget items that are surplus now, I think I will support this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for a last call of comments. Seeing none, it's been duly moved and seconded. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-2.
We're now going on to Budget Amendment P8. This commences on page 129 of our packages. It has to do with parks planning, design, parks and horticulture and urban forestry, naturalization and reduction in tree trimming for operation expenditures. It is a part A and B. I will look to colleagues if anyone would like them separated before we begin our conversation. Councillor Van Hulst, is this a new hand or is your hand residual from the last round? Thank you. Okay, so I'm seeing no one who wishes to deal with them separately. So I will need a mover and a seconder for business case P8 for parts A and B. Moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Looking to see if there's any questions or comments. I will commence with Councillor Hopkins, followed by Councillor Lewis.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I will be supporting this, but I do have a couple questions for you to staff. I am very supportive of how we look at every effort that we can when it comes to supporting that climate change initiatives, and I see this as being one of them. We all have parks and in our wards that are very valuable to the community, and sometimes the community does not really understand the changes that we are undertaking. I think just a quick comment, the importance of how we increase that education, that we at one time mowed a certain part of the park and now we are naturalizing it and it is our policy. I think it's really important that we try to increase that education piece. I know as a counselor, that's what I am faced with many concerns that I get when we naturalize areas. And I understand the community's concerns too, because they have been used to a certain look and change does take time. I think it's important that we do more with our educating the community with our policies. But I would like to have, through you, a question to staff about how we go about evaluating these areas and what that process looks like. Sometimes I know there was an area that we were going to naturalize and then we pulled back and it became a mode area. And I'd like to understand a little bit more about the evaluation process.
Perfect. Thank you for that question. And to staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly our evaluation process for naturalization in parks needs to have a community aspect to it as well as a geography and ecosystem aspect to it. So parks that are actively used for things like picnicking, sports activities would not be something we'd want to pursue naturalization in, but areas where we can create habitat and still allow for those more people-focused activities to occur in other locations are usually the ones that we would pursue. I do have Mr. Stafford here if you're looking for additional information as well.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
No, I appreciate those comments. I do have a further question, though. I know that I guess we have a lot of part-time work. We hire part-time workers to deal with our parks, and would that with this, would there be an increase in or decrease, I guess, in staff as well?
Okay, to staff, a question about seasonal staffing of our parks for grass cutting crews.
Sorry about that, Madam Chair. I'm pressing too many buttons and not all of them in the right sequence. As we're seeing increasing demands throughout the city for other maintenance activities, we still need our full seasonal complement of staff. We have growing areas and new parks and new demands as well. So where we're doing less in these areas, that'll allow us to manage some other areas that are being added to the outdoor parks.
Thank you. Councillor Hopkins.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. And this one did come up in a budget town hall I had, and some areas of the city actually have residents requesting some of their parks have naturalization done to it, which is really nice that residents are bringing those questions forward for city staff. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm always a little cognizant of the risk of having engineers press buttons in the wrong order, but I do have a question for you through staff too. So I hope Ms. Chair doesn't accidentally press the big red button. But through you, the area of biggest concern for me on this in my ward, and I suspect others may have these concerns as well, will this be impacting in any way, shape, or form the maintenance of the pedestrian breezeways or walkways that often connect through neighborhoods? They function as sidewalks on their own without being alongside a road, and the ability for people to pass through those is always a concern, especially at the beginning and the end of the school year, when they tend to be most in need of some attention. So will this be impacting that maintenance schedule?
To staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, it won't. The maintenance schedule for our pedestrian breezeways and walkways is actually managed through our roadway operations service areas. So this budget is separate from that work.
Okay. Follow-up, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you. And I just, one other follow-up question to this, because I do want to get a little bit more of a sense of, in this reduction, because I'm generally supportive of it, but what I want to get a better sense of is how much of it is space that we are simply looking towards naturalization of versus how much of it is a change in schedule that people may not actually notice a significant change in their maintenance standards. I mean, if, you know, and I'm just using these numbers as a for example, but if we're typically cutting the grass in our parks once every 7 days and we're moving to once every 10 days, I'm not sure that an extra 3 days is going to be all that noticeable, but it certainly will reduce the amount of, to Councillor Hopkins' point, the amount of fuel that we'll be burning, you know, and the impact that has. So I'm just trying to get a sense of where the balance is in terms of areas that we're really just going to move away from maintaining and go towards naturalization versus areas where we're just extending the schedule a little bit.
Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this proposal is about deliberate naturalization versus a change in mowing schedule for the areas that will continue to be mowed. So this is a move towards creating that habitat and space that doesn't require mowing and doesn't require that maintenance versus adjusting how frequently we continue to mow spaces that will be mowed.
Perfect. Thank you. And to Ms. Chair, you're always welcome to leave your camera on, as I do appreciate your holiday decorations. I recognize Councillor Hamou next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to Kelly, to Engineer Kelly Scheer. I'm a little bit worried about tick populations because, you know, children tend to go into these natural areas, and we know that long grass growth hides the ticks better. And I'm just wondering if any studies have been done. We know that last year the tick population was really high. How will that affect this project or this reduction? Or how will reduction reduce the tick population, I suppose?
Thank you, Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we certainly are seeing an increase in the number of ticks in the area as our climate is changing. The intent of this work is not to do it around places that are actively used for play, where we have our trails and established pathways, but in areas that are less accessed by the community and certainly by kids. But it is true that where we have longer grass, there is an additional habitat, not just for species that we enjoy having in the community and value, but also for things like ticks that we do have to keep an eye on.
Councillor Hamou, are you satisfied?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. I'm recognizing Councillor Van Holst next, and if anyone else would like to on the speakers list after Councillor Van Holst is currently exhausted.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question through you to our staff is regarding the change in mowing and moving towards a naturalization. Is staff able to make those changes on their own, or are there definitions that need to come to council for change in terms of whether something's a park or not? I note that in my ward, there's a couple places where people think the grass shouldn't be cut, and it is, and places where they like to see more of it cut where it isn't. And I'm just wondering if that's something that's a completely delegated task.
Thank you. Ms. Scher?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So staff do have the authority to make those changes on our own. However, we do welcome input if there's a desire to see naturalization pursued in a particular area. And as Councillor Hopkins noted earlier, it will be important that we communicate to the community what we're doing in particular areas of parks that might be renaturalized, so that folks know that it is planful and not just a matter of us not taking care of it anymore.
Councillor Van Holst?
Thank you very much to our city engineer and to you, Madam Chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Helmer?
Thank you. I want to ask about Part B, the reducing the tree trimming, the proactive trimming. And I wanted to get a sense of how this is going to really impact the sort of day-to-day around urban forestry. When we talk about a delay for the proactive tree trimming, so we wouldn't be doing it as frequently, we still would be doing it. What is the kind of magnitude of the delay that we're talking about? Because the overall reduction is not huge, you know, $100,000 a year in a budget that is quite a bit larger than that. But proactive tree trimming is just one thing that is being done in urban forestry. So I just wonder if I can get a sense of what the magnitude of the delay would be. Would it be adding a couple of months before we might get around to proactive tree trimming, or is it adding a year or more?
Thank you. To staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to refer this to Scott Stafford, who can provide some insight into the operational impacts in a more detailed way.
Good afternoon, and thank you through the chair. Approximately, it's about a 10-year trim cycle, a proactive trim cycle. So this would reduce it by 10% or roughly a year. So it would be moved out to instead of 10 years, it'll be 11 to get there, that type of thing.
Councillor Helmer?
Okay, I'm willing to support that one. I wasn't sure about the change in the proactive tree trimming. You know, it's one of those things that, especially when you think about the damage that can happen to trees when there's a drought and there's a bunch of limbs that don't really need to be there anymore, and we've just left them there because we haven't got to them, and the damage to the tree can be pretty extensive. You know, you can hasten the decline of the trees by pulling back on the proactive trimming. But I think it's the kind of magnitude of change where I think we can make the change and then keep an eye on it and see, you know, what's the real world impact of that, and if it's starting to become a problem, easy enough to reverse it and start doing it a bit more frequently. So I'll support that. I think on Part A, I mean, I wholeheartedly support this one. This is actually quite a large change, and it's one of these ideas that saves money and accomplishes other good things. And I, you know, I wish we had lots of business cases that had ideas like that in them, which is, you know, we're just going to cut less grass and we're going to turn it from grass into something else. We're going to plant trees there instead, and instead of having a bunch of mown grass, we're going to have a nicer naturalized environment, which is what used to be there, I'm sure, decades ago. And so I think this kind of change, this is actually pretty big. It's like 10% of 1,000 hectares. That's a lot of land, and it's a lot less work that people need to do, and they can spend time doing other things, save money, save gas, cut emissions. It's just win-win-win all around. I do think communicating to people clearly, you know, what's happening is always a challenge, because I certainly have been contacted when we're naturalizing an area where people do think we've just stopped because we don't want to cut the grass or something, but not the proactive part of naturalization. And that transition period is often very awkward, where it's not particularly great the first year, or maybe even the second year when you're naturalizing, but it's really good 4 or 5 years down the road after things have really grown in. So I really appreciate staff bringing forward that Part A of the business case in particular. I think it's a really good idea.
Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm going to support both these business cases, and I appreciate the questions and answers that my colleagues and our staff have given. For me, on the naturalization, very supportive of it, but I think really it's the implementation that makes us successful, and I'm glad to hear the responses from Ms. Scher about the way that it will be approached. Mr. Stafford will be very familiar with some challenges we've had with naturalization in my ward where although there weren't any ESG considerations identified in this report, certainly some sight lines to pathways and the ability to see where people are walking, the community had some concerns about that being blocked. Tree planting there was much more appropriate and it has worked out very well. So I'm supportive of the naturalization of different areas, but I think, you know, some community consultation, doing the right thing in the right spot, in the right way, is really the key to success on this one. And it sounds like our staff are well aware of those considerations based on previous experiences. So I'm very comfortable supporting this reduction.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Ms. Scher. I'm interested in the part that comes under roads area and the reduction in boulevard mowing, things like that. So I'm wondering if this includes more naturalized areas or natural kind of stormwater management gardens in the medians where it used to be a simply concrete median. We're seeing more and more of this idea. And so is that included in this as well?
Ms. Scher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So where we're introducing stormwater management gardens, rain gardens, and other low impact design options, generally speaking, it's through a planful process, and then those would be factored into the maintenance in stormwater management because system. Where we can see the opportunities to naturalize or change our mowing schedule roadside is often where we have some rural cross sections where it's not the urban standard. So we have a number of those in some of the outlying areas of the city where this might be a really appropriate way to provide some habitat and to reduce our costs and environmental impacts.
Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you for that. So I just see it all part of a bigger picture, a broader picture, even though those medians are not part of this. But I am supportive of the increase to naturalization. I've had it also a number of times in my wards where people have come and been upset and alarmed. They were used to this manicured mowed grass. So we've done some naturalizations along the Thames River where it backs onto where people's homes back onto it. And they had preferred the mowing and also those stormwater management, rainwater gardens in the medians. It takes some getting used to. People are used to that more clean look. And so it takes education as well to explain the benefits of these things. Also increased pollinator gardens and things like that along the pathways of Stony Creek. They're all very good initiatives and it decreases that hard infrastructure. And so there are multiple benefits to the city. So I'm very supportive of this approach.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. And I note that it says here there's several areas along our roads where we can also reduce the amount of boulevard grass cutting without impacting road safety or aesthetics. And I'm wondering if staff could let us know what roads those might be, because I know that there's a potential for residents to disagree strongly. For instance, if the Veterans Memorial Parkway was one of those places, I don't think that it would be received well. So I'm hoping for a description or a few more details on that.
Okay, I will be cautious about how much we are getting into specific details, but if staff do have them available or a couple of examples for the councillor, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have a detailed list as it's a program-based approach. We aren't looking at any roads within the highly urbanized environment in general, so things like Veterans Memorial Parkway would not be for consideration. We do have a lot of parts of London that are predominantly rural in terms of their road cross-section. Those areas have been brought in through annexation and they're not slated for immediate development. So those would be areas that it could be quite appropriate to maintain a more natural roadside, noting that we still want to make sure that we're managing our intersections well so that the sight lines are clear for people using those facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst, are you satisfied?
I have another question, Madam Chair.
Please proceed.
And the 10% is of that many hectares is a lot. And so my question is, what if we change our mind about a particular area? How difficult is it to go back to a manicured state from a naturalized state?
To staff?
So, Madam Chair, it would depend on what's put into the naturalized state. If we've done substantial planting with a number of large trees and shrubs, those would all have to be removed, and there would be a cost related to that. And then you'd have to be in a position to reestablish turf grass in that location and provide the budget to operate it. It can absolutely be done, but it certainly would require an investment, some time, and would negate some of the environmental impacts that we would hope to see from this process.
Councillor Van Holst?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Doing last call for questions or comments on this one. Seeing none, it's been duly moved and seconded, and calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thank you. Mr. Murray has confirmed that the graph you saw earlier based on our neighborhood decision-making decision has not changed. So at this point, I'm going to ask committee if you are fine to break for lunch for 30 minutes. And then we will come back. Okay, so I have a mover in Councillor Van Holst, a seconder in Councillor Hillier. So for those physically with me today, the lounge off council chambers will be where we go. A hand vote will be adequate. All those in favor of lunch for 30 minutes?
That motion's passed.
Thank you. Okay, could members joining us online please put their cameras on, and anyone here in chambers, please take your seats and make sure that you're still logged into eScribe, please. Okay, and I do see a thumbs up from Councillor Sally. Okay, we're rolling into item 4.4, which is step 3 in Mr. Murray's presentation. This is the review of recommended property tax capital budget amendments for those using the budget update binder. This starts on page 136. There's 4 items, being A through D, within this section of 4.4. Looking to committee to see if there's anything that they would like called separate. Councillor Hillier, are you looking for something separate?
Just a question on A.
Okay, so we can deal with the.
Yep.
Would that potentially make you want to pull it separate, or just is it going to be a question for clarification?
Actually, maybe pull it separate then.
Okay, let's pull it separate just to be sure.
Please, thank you.
Right.
Yes, I do.
Okay, so looking for anything else through B, C, or D to be pulled separate? Seeing none, we will start with 4.4A then, which is the invasive species management capital expenditure. I will look for a mover and a seconder to put on the floor. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hopkins, and I will start my speakers list with Councillor Hillier.
Thank you. Just a question for staff. I'm curious with the invasive species management, how are we doing? Do we need a more aggressive strategy? Are we on target? And another question regarding Phragmite control in our rural ditches going into winter. I know I have some large areas where ditches are in the industrial areas and they have a large amount of Phragmites by the bus stops. And I'm just wondering, are we on schedule or are we done for the year?
Great. Thank you for those questions. And Phragmites is a invasive species definitely across the city that we deal with here at the city and with our conservation authorities. So to staff, looking for a response for Councillor Hillier's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. Stafford to provide an update on the operational effectiveness of the program to date.
Thank you, and through the chair, so far so good. We brought a report back in March of this year just to talk about extending the program in 2021, which we did. And at that point in time, we had also talked about bringing back a budget amendment at this point in time in order to go forward for the next couple of years. So yeah, we've made some progress. I mean, the 2 big things that we deal with are Phragmites, as you talk about, and buckthorn. So those are the 2 things that we work on mostly. Certainly working along those roadside ditches is a problem and something that we need to work on and stay on top of in order to keep up with the drainage sight lines, the invasive nature as they move through the waterways and get to our natural areas and ESAs and parklands. So it's good to get on them first in those roadside ditches. And, we made some progress as well in parks. Now, it does take time to go back. They're invasive for a reason. They're a challenging plant, and we have to go back sometimes year after year or revisit it again in a couple of years. So that's why the program needs to continue. But we are on track, but it is they're a difficult plant to take hold of and get control of. But we're moving along quite well and have some accolades from various agencies throughout the province and the work that we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford.
My biggest control is going into winter. As they grow, they actually almost form a snow fence going over a ditch and then in the road and collects the snow. If it's on track, I'm appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly one can reach out to staff individually for problem areas, especially when active transportation is involved. Please do reach out. Councillor Hopkins is next on my speakers list.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and really supportive of continuing this program. The ward I represent is very rural, and it is a huge problem, not only in my ward, but throughout London. And I'm glad to see that it's, our parks are going to be part of that. My question through you to staff is this enough money?
Thank you. So to staff, is this the right sizing of what we need for this problem, or is future updates going to come looking for more assistance?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do believe this is the right budget at this time. We are continuing to monitor new invasive species that come in and expect sort of the ones that are already on the list and managed here. Certainly, if we're seeing that we're not making the progress we need to be making, we will come back as part of the multi-year discussion. But we do believe will allow us to continue the good work that Mr. Stafford referenced.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hopkins, a follow-up?
Yes, I'm pleased to see that we will continue doing the monitoring because it's going to be a challenge, more of a challenge as we move forward. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to all for your answers thus far. Former Councillor Levin raised this point in his delegation to the public participation meeting for the budget and recommended about $200,000 be placed in addition to increase the amount of work. The invasives are fairly significant, and these are ones that will grow. I mean, they continue to grow. They continue to expand their habitat and encroach and push out the habitat of those natural vegetations especially within our environmentally significant areas. At this point, it probably isn't appropriate to just add $200,000. It's hard for us to do just without a business case or something like that. But through you, Madam Chair, perhaps to staff, is there an opportunity to discuss with the Upper Thames for any mid-year opportunities to enhance or augment the amount of funding that goes into this work?
Thank you. Ms. Scher.
Madam Chair, I may ask Mr. Kotsovas to speak to that. His area manages the contract with Upper Thames.
Thank you. Mr. Kostovas.
Sorry, if I may, could you please just repeat the question?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Kostovas. The question was if there were opportunities to investigate through mid-year funding opportunities to enhance the invasive species control program through Upper Thames. It was suggested by former Councillor Levin that we may wish to do that and draw money from the Urban Forestry Renewal Reserve Fund to be able to do that based on the amount of work that lies ahead for us in this area.
My apologies, I keep hitting mute. So through the chair, yes, there would be opportunities. I do understand that Mr. Levin has had conversations with the Upper Thames Conservation Authority. We weren't privy to those conversations, so I can't speak specific to the program. However, there could be the opportunity to look at including funds for invasive species. I believe there was discussions about cleanup in those corridors, as well as some potential issues related to CIR with encampments and things like that. So how best we utilize that money, whether it would be for the UTRCA contract or it might be a split between the UTRCA and our own forces to deal with all the issues. But we'd have to get probably a little bit of a better understanding as to what exactly they would be, UTRCA would be interested in us doing.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, that's helpful. So it wouldn't be appropriate at this time to make any motions to that effect. The fact that it could be drawn out of a reserve fund would mean that it wouldn't have any levy impacts and could be done at any point along the stream. It doesn't have to be done at budget updates necessarily. So that might be an opportunity to investigate in the future, or certainly when we receive the public participation report at council. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you through you to Councillor Turner for bringing that up as well. One question I have, as far as this invasive plant species management strategy, does that involve the contract that we have with the Upper Thames Conservation Authority, or is this completely separate, or would they be assisting us in this strategy?
To staff.
Through the chair, this is a separate program. From my understanding, this is not the part of the Upper Thames contract services.
Hey, Councillor.
Thank you for that clarification. So I agree with Councillor Turner, and I like the approach that he's suggesting. I am supportive of this, budget item. And I just, as an aside, just invite, especially newer councillors, if they have not had a chance, Mr. Levin is the guy to go to when you want to explore our ESAs and see exactly what's going on in there, and especially the invasive plant issues. That is huge in all of our ESAs, and he can point out the areas where there are concerns and the kinds of, and we need to do this kind of work to get rid of these invasive species, because they take over and it's like the infrastructure gap. They just keep growing exponentially. So I also want, through you, Madam Chair, thank Mr. Levin for his submission that he did make to the public participation meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Over the last number of years, I've witnessed through my constituents expansion of invasive species, primarily buckthorn, as it grows in population along the Thames River, and now it's migrating up into the Oak Ridge neighborhoods. So I was really happy to see this in the budget, to take a concerted effort at looking at controlling this these species. Thank you.
Thank you. Looking for other questions or comments from committee. This is just in regards to item 4.4A. I will thank staff as well, as Phragmites has been along the Wellington Road corridor and does cause drainage issues in ditches. And staff has been same or next day response to the public when they reach out and identify these problems. So thank you for staff who work citywide to serve Londoners. It's been moved and seconded, and calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. Before 4 items B, C, and D, being projects 10, 11, and 12. This begins on page 140 of our packages. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Helm. Oh, Councillor Helmer, you have a question or comment?
Yeah, I just want, I have a number of questions about 10, the next item, so maybe we could deal with that one separately.
Certainly. So we'll deal with P10 separate. So looking for a mover and seconder to put P10 on the floor. Moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by Councillor Hillier. And I'll start the speakers list with Councillor Helmer.
Thank you. I wanted to ask about Part A and Part C. The first one is the Sunningdale project, and the cost escalation there is quite significant. And so I wanted to ask through the chair about the ability to recover some of those costs from the pipeline company. We have a big project here that's going to require lowering the grades and changing the grade for the pipeline. And I know when we work with railways, for example, we work out some cost sharing. If there's something like, life cycle replacement that happens as part of this project, I just wonder if we could have a bit of a context setting around working with the pipeline specifically. Because it seems like a lot of the extra costs are related to those changes in the design and the impact on the adjacent pipeline.
Perfect. Thank you. To staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask Mr. McCray to get into more of the details related to the project design and funding.
Thank you. Mr. McCray.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, the councillor is correct that the bulk of this amendment case is driven by the Imperial Oil pipeline, and it's a piece of infrastructure that's been worked around for decades. But as we look to any further improvements in the corridor, like changing the vertical profile to improve road safety sight lines, or going wider with sidewalks, it's triggering impacts to the pipeline, which in some cases is above the road level up in the cut slopes. So a big challenge that we've learned more and more about. We very much are pushing the discussions with Imperial Oil are underway, and we're pushing cost sharing with them with respect to several different perspectives, including asset renewal that the pipeline will benefit from. So those discussions are underway, and we will be reporting out to standing committee as we have more information to share on this item.
Thank you. Councillor Helmer?
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I have to say, when I saw a $9 million increase on a $53 million project, I was very concerned. We've had, unfortunately, on a couple of projects, as we go through the design work and we figure out more of the details, pretty significant increases. And I think in this particular case, because of the nature of what's happening with that pipeline, I do think it's important that we push to make sure that we're not paying to replace somebody else's infrastructure. And so, if we have to relocate it, I think we're going to be on the hook for part of that. But I do think this one is a challenging one. It's starting to become a very expensive project. I'm a little more skeptical about the value of that project, frankly. Like the cost benefit on it now that it's pushing north of $60 million. So I appreciate the answer on that one. On C, the Warncliffe Road grade separation project, here we have I don't know what it is, 11 or 12% increase. This one has been delayed a bit. I know we're working through the design. Again, it's one that touches onto the railway. Do we think that any of those increases in costs are going to be recoverable? I don't see much on the financing side to reassure me that we're going to be able to recover money of those increases. But I wanted to ask through the chair, perhaps Mr. McCray is the right person, just to speak a bit about that project and why those costs have increased over time.
Thank you. Mr. McCray?
Yeah, through the chair, there's two components to the additional costs on the Warncliffe Underpass project, and one is property acquisition, and that's somewhat of a recurring theme through many of our infrastructure projects, is just with the escalation of property prices across the city and elsewhere. So that's one component of it, and the other is coordination with the railway and really dealing with the railway's operational requirements through the construction phase and what they demand that their railway operations and track blockages and detouring details look like. And that is always a risk factor going into these projects and something that we continue to manage, but it's subject to ongoing discussions with the railway. And as far as recovery of funds on this project, that is also similar to my comments on the previous project. We are in discussions with the railway on that aspect as well, and have traditionally obtained a portion of the project costs from the railway as another benefiting infrastructure owner, and certainly are pursuing that on this project as well.
Councillor Helmer?
Okay, thank you. I just to my colleagues, sometimes when we discuss these projects, we've had discussions in the past, I'll say things like there's a cost to delay. And unfortunately, I think with this particular project, like we're seeing that very clearly in front of us. When you put things off and you kick them down the road, it doesn't get cheaper. And this one's 12% higher. Some of it I think is unavoidable. Even if we'd gone ahead as fast as possible on this project, we still would be hitting with the railway issues. But the delay, when you in an environment where real estate prices are increasing fast, it's very significant. You imagine that across a whole bunch of capital projects. I know sometimes it's tempting to slow things down and wait and delay, but it generally just means it's going to cost a lot more to get it done. So I'd like C to be pulled separately, because I think just on principle, I'm going to vote against that sort of delay cost increase, which I just don't support.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, on the Sunningdale Road project, we I see that the budget amendment is to reduce the budget for 2022, but then to increase it for 2023. And I understand the explanation of the pipeline and all that. I'm wondering if overall the project will be delayed because of this extra work.
Mr. McCray?
Thank you. Through the chair, the adjustment in the 2022 budget is just an anticipation of the rollout of the necessary funds. We're currently working towards the 2023 implementation of the project, but given the uncertainties related to the this primary factor of the Imperial Oil pipeline, it is a risk that we're aiming to work around, but it's something that we'll have to keep our eye on from a schedule perspective as we progress further.
Councillor Cassidy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And every time I go to turn my mic back on, it's already on because it doesn't turn off when I think I have turned it off. So through you to Mr. McCray, can you give me an idea of how already the timeline has changed? Because I know at one point I was telling people in the Adelaide and Sunningdale area when they could expect the project to make its way east and down to their end. So it was supposed to be begun or finished at a certain time. It's now been delayed. Can you tell me what the original estimate was, now what we are looking at, knowing that there still is some uncertainty because of this pipeline issue?
Mr. McCray?
Thank you through the chair. The projected implementation timing of the capital project is phased, both for constructability and also affordability reasons. It begins from the west, from the Wonderland Road, and the goal is to construct that piece through the Richmond Street intersection, beginning in 2023 and extending into 2024. And starting at that end is also related to technical considerations, predominantly drainage. Then the extending east of Richmond Street over towards Adelaide, the implementation of those phases begins in 2025.
Councillor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, thank you to Mr. McCray.
Okay, Councillor Hopkins, and if anyone else would like to speak, please let me know, because Councillor Hopkins is the last person on my list at the moment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is around the Southdale Road West Boswick to Pine Valley infrastructure project. And I appreciate the comments from staff saying it is a large project, but it's also quite complex because there's a number of other projects going on in this area. And I understand the costs and the increases. My question, I guess, is going to be very similar to Councillor Cassidy's questions about how does that affect not only this timeline for this construction project, but the other projects that are going on as well in this area.
Thank you for that. Mr. McCray.
Through the chair, the timing of the first phase of the Southdale Road West improvements from Bostwick to Pine Valley, the project that's noted in the budget documents, is on track as far as its planned schedule, and we plan to begin construction in 2022 on that project. There is a lot of work planned in this area, most notably continuing Southdale Road improvements to the west. Those are planned for 2031. We have heard through some of our engagement that is farther out than desired. And as we look towards the next multi-year budget and DC bylaw update, that we'll look for opportunities to move those improvements forward if possible. Thank you.
Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. McCray, for that information. I think it's really important. I'm hearing the same thing. As we develop in this area, that the challenges of moving on Southdale become even greater, and the need is becoming greater. Really glad to hear that the 2031 project that is just west of this project is going to be looked at through the multi-year budget and hopefully moved up a bit too. So thank you.
Thank you. At this moment, I see no further hands up, so it's been moved and seconded, calling the, oh, Councillor Van Merbergen, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I have to concur with Councillor Hopkins with regard to the Southdale expansion and the very overdue nature of it. I mean, this is clearly music to the ears of anyone who lives in Southwest London. Southdale has been constricted to this 2-lane, as I've said in the past, goat path. With all this development being built and constructed, and more on the way, all along west of Wonderland, right through to Bowler. So absolutely, the first segment, which is going from Pine Valley to Boswick, is just music to the ears of the residents in the area. And of course, the sooner we can develop that road west, going towards Byron along Southdale, the better. So I would like to congratulate staff and encourage wherever it's possible to bring the timeline closer as we go west of Boswick.
Thank you. Last call for questions and comments. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Sorry, I got the look again. I have a follow-up question based on Councillor Helmer's questions about the Part C. And it's the idea of delay driving up the costs. And my understanding is that the property acquisition piece has already begun. And so when Mr. McRae is talking about the driving up of property costs, it's about the regular ongoing property acquisitions that occur under the construction project as it stands. I certainly understand that there was escalating construction costs, but my understanding of the report was that there's some railway-related cost increases and there's some property costs, and there may be some related to construction costs, but it was predominantly the other way. I just want to clarify that because I understood the comments and the questions, but now I require a little bit of clarity to understand the general breakdown of that cost and whether it's related to delay or whether it's related to general other factors that are just happening with the project.
Thank you. To staff.
Thank you. Through the chair. I would say the slight majority of the cost increase is related to the railway requirements and coordination piece. So that being the technical construction of the project related to rail diversion, rail track blockages and whatnot. But there is also a significant piece associated with property acquisition. There's a number of properties that are required to implement the project. And these have been underway for a number of years now. And the increase in property costs is a trend that we've experienced over that time frame.
A follow-up, Deputy Mayor?
No, that's helpful to me. Thank you.
I'm trying again. Last call for questions or comments on item 4.4B. Seeing none, it's been duly moved and seconded. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
We move on to item 4.4. No one's asked to separate out C and D. That's our long-term disposal capacity. Sorry, yes, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, through the chair, we still have the third part because that vote was just for the first two.
Define the third part.
The Warrencliffe Road separation.
Okay, so we'll do a mover and a seconder for the Warrencliffe Road separation? Same ones? Okay, so we're calling that vote separate, so I see no hands up. No hands up. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
On to P11 being the long-term disposal capacity, and item D, the LTC zero emission buses. Making sure no one wants that called separate before we proceed. Okay, looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hamou, seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. I will start a speakers list for anyone who would like to chime in. I will commence with Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question on the zero emissions bus item. There's some uncertainty as far as where the funding is going to come from, but we're hoping that it will be and I can't remember the name of the federal program that we're seeking the funding from. I'm wondering what staff think about knowing that there's still some uncertainty. Do they have any kind of confidence that we would be able to access that funding?
Thank you. Looking for staff on any funding updates or overviews.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. We do not have any further updates other than what is articulated in the budget amendment at this stage. We are hopeful that we could secure or at least pursue the new zero emission transit fund source of funding offered through Infrastructure Canada. This is a very, very new funding program, so we are still awaiting further details on specifically what the requirements will be associated with that. It is our preliminary understanding that through that program, we may be eligible for up to potentially 50% of the total project costs through that funding envelope. But again, we are awaiting further details on the specifics of that program. So at this stage, our I think preferred funding source would be to pursue that program, assuming we can confirm the specifics of the project design. And certainly if we need to go in a different direction, we would report back to committee and council at an appropriate point in the future. Thank you.
Councillor, a follow-up?
Thank you. Just a comment. I appreciate that response. And so I will remain hopeful as well. It seems designed for what we want to do. So hopefully optimistic there. I'm really happy to see this going forward. And I'm grateful to the province and the feds for the various funding programs that have come out in the not too distant past. Because this has allowed us to speed this up. I know it's a direction we thought we would get to gradually, and I'm glad to see that we might be able to get there much more quickly. And I'm speaking not just for environmental reasons, for the air in the City of London that we all breathe in as we walk around the city, but also for neighborhoods. I know one of the biggest complaints I get from neighborhoods is the sounds of the buses that move through the neighborhoods. And so having this double win of reducing air pollution and noise pollution at the same time, I think it will be really welcome by people living in the neighborhoods where they are on a bus route. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much. I'm certainly prepared to support this. The question that Councillor Cassidy asked, and I think staff did a great job of trying to respond to, is the issue around available future funding. And it's a thoughtful question. What happens typically is that the funding comes in, and as we all know, gets subscribed fairly quickly with those who are ready to take advantage of it. And I think in conjunction with what we're looking to do in terms of procurement, and starting with trials next year, then it's my hope that those senior levels of government are going to continue to, and my expectation, they're going to continue to support electric bus development in communities right across the country. And they say when the student is ready, the teacher appears. So as we get ready for this, I'm optimistic, a little bit hopeful, but optimistic that the programs will be there for us to take advantage of.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Van Holst, and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at today's paper, I noticed that there's a letter to the editor suggesting that retrofitting buses with electric motors would be a good idea. And I just wanted to ask through you if there's someone, staff or a representative from the LTC that can tell us whether or not that's a practical way to go at this point.
Thank you. And I believe Ms. Polensky is with us today, but I'll go to staff first.
Thank you. Through the chair. Certainly, that's not a question that we would be in a position to answer. If Ms. Polechny is with us today, certainly she may be able to shed some light on that. Thank you.
Sorry, she's not with us at the moment, but Councillor Helmer might be able to shed some light on this, so I will go to him.
I'm not aware of any transit agencies in Canada that are retrofitting diesel combustion engine buses to electric.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Lewis believes he has some insight to add to this one.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to colleagues. The actual mechanical components in an electric vehicle are substantially different than in a diesel or traditional gasoline-powered vehicle. They don't even fit in the chassis in the same way. So I'm not aware of any program in the world where the chassis is being retrofitted with electric power sources. They're just two very completely different ways of operating a vehicle. So I don't think that you'll find that's a feasible option.
Thank you. Councillor Van Holst, anything further?
No, that's fine. That was my understanding as well, but I thought this would be a good time to address it since it was in the top of mind with the public.
Thank you. I have Councillor Hopkins, then Deputy Mayor Morgan, and then Councillor Van Merbergen.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a comment to make and very supportive of finally we're having this conversation and the importance of funding from provincial and federal governments are what is needed to bring this program moving forward, not only for the electrical buses, but also for the battery charges. And I'm really pleased to see that there's other opportunities that London Transit Administration is working with the Canadian Urban Transit Research and Innovative Consortium for other possibilities. And I think we really need to look at other ways of funding and even pilot projects that may be out there and take advantage of those opportunities. And it's really an exciting time, I think, as we move forward, trying to electrify our fleet. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Morgan.
Yes, I'm going to support this budget amendment. I want to mention a couple of things. First, I think the Transit Commission strategy is very smart here. By going with QTRIC and participating with a consortium of other municipalities, not only are they going to be able to drive towards cost efficiencies, but also a turnkey solution that's likely to have other advantages if we have multiple fleets using multiple technologies and that's spread more across the province. Not only is there economies of scale in the approach, but there's lots of learnings that can be shared as this new technology is deployed on our streets over the coming months. And I would say our move now is very important too, because as has been mentioned by the mayor, programs get oversubscribed very quick. For us to set a very clear, basically to put money on the table, for us to put money on the table is a way for us to show we're committed to pursuing this path, we're committed to applying for the funding. There's a good plan in place that warrants this budget amendment, and we are able to take the steps to move forward. There is a lot of hands on deck to make this one happen, and I would say I know the mayor has pushed very hard. I know Councillor Helmer has been working in his role as a transit commission former. Councillor Squire was involved with Municipal Esri, and I've had the privilege of being involved. I got some FCM connections on this, given the federal funding nature. And this is going to require a lot of people pulling in the same direction, but with new technology, a very thoughtful and smart approach. I think the budget amendment is a good idea because there is a good plan that the commission has put forward that can be supported at this time, but there are a lot of questions ahead. And I think we've got the path to get those questions answered and move this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Van Merbergen.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask staff, with regard to the possibility of the federal funding, in addition to the buses themselves, is it their understanding that the charging infrastructure is also compatible with this program? In other words, it could qualify for perhaps up to 50% rebate on the expense of the charging infrastructure, because that will become obviously extremely important once you start moving into electric buses.
Thank you. To staff.
Thank you. And through the chair, in response to Councillor Van Meeren's question, yes, that is our understanding that all related charging infrastructure is likely to be eligible through the Zero Emissions Transit Fund. And in fact, one of the primary benefits of pursuing that as a funding source is that it would qualify for funding through that program as well. So that is our current understanding at this point, but once again, we still are awaiting further final details on the program.
Thank you. Councillor, follow-up.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'd also like to know, is staff actively engaging with the province to see if there may be some additional funding with provincial dollars on an electrified bus system?
To staff. Sorry, we can't hear you if staff is replying.
Thank you. Through the chair. We are not aware of any specific other provincial programs that have been announced at this point. Having said that, of course, our government relations team would certainly be pursuing all potential avenues and opportunities with our provincial counterparts as well to certainly explore any options that may be available or may become available in future years. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Merbergen.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Turner is currently the last person on my speakers list, so if you'd like on, please let me know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sure there'll be more behind me too. I think this is a good investment. Makes sense. I like the way we're doing it. I think there's some opportunities in this as well. I hope, and I know discussions are ongoing, so but I'm not privy to those with respect to how we work with London Hydro, especially around the charging infrastructure. I hope as we move forward in putting these, understanding that some of these chargers are going to have to be at terminal ends of loops, and there might be opportunities there to provide high order automobile charging too, like level 3 charging in concert with it, because the infrastructure is going to have to be placed there. So, I would hope that as we go through there, we look towards some of the dividends we see from London Hydro. This might be a great place to invest it. It is, as we are the sole shareholder, I would hope that our investment in London Hydro, this is really a showtime for our work with them to be able to help support something that requires a fair amount of electricity and infrastructure to be able to do that. So I'm supportive of this. I'd imagine that we probably don't have anyone on the line to talk about these collateral opportunities. It's probably not the time for it anyway. We'll have other discussions about the electrification of the bus system in the future. So I look forward to those discussions then.
Thank you. Definitely opportunities come later. I will recognize Councillor Helmer next, and then Councillor Hopkins, and then the mayor.
I just wanted to say thank you to Mayor Holder for really pushing along the zero emission bus. It wasn't that long ago that he talked to the State of the City about we need to electrify the fleet, we can reduce emissions, we can save money on operating costs. We're gonna, make the buses quieter and better for the environment and save money in the long run. And, this is really the first step to moving forward on a really good overall idea. And I agree with what Deputy Mayor Morgan said. And I think the Transit Commission is approaching it in the right way. I will say that the budget that's in front of you has a pretty big range around some of these items. And in their usual way, the Transit Commission staff are being very conservative in terms of the financial side. And you'll see at the facilities piece, the range is from, it could be $100,000 or it could be $10 million. It's a pretty big range. And I'm optimistic that it's gonna not be $10 million. So, the facility parts of the charging infrastructure are significant. There's a lot of uncertainty. I think that's gonna be resolved relatively soon. Once people like London Hydro and everybody kind of gets their head around exactly what needs to be done for this initial phase. And I am also really optimistic about the federal funding. That is an application-based program. The sooner we're in for an application, the sooner we can get funding secured. There are a lot of transit agencies. Basically, every transit agency in the country is working their way through the same kind of process we are. And we do need to catch up a little bit, I think. So there's some urgency. And I'm glad to see this in front of us now. I know when we talked about this initially, we wanted to make sure we met this timeline for this budget cycle so we could actually have this approved and in a capital budget. So I hope everyone will support it. I think it's one of these changes that we're going to make that in the long run is going to really lower the operating costs of transit, which are borne by the property taxpayers and the fare payers. And it does require these upfront capital investments, but there's really good opportunities to do that in a way that's really cost effective for those same people, the fare payers and the property taxpayers. So I'm really excited about it. I think it's one of the best things that's going to come out of this budget cycle overall is moving forward on the electrification of transit. And I want to recognize Mayor Holder for his leadership in really pushing that conversation forward.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak for the second time. And I've been listening very intently to the conversation here, and I think it's really important that Councillor Turner mentioned Ontario Hydro, and I know we have projects with Ontario Hydro right now when it comes to allowing community storing stations. And it reminded me of we speak a lot about the funding that's required, and without a doubt, we need that funding. But it's also opportunities that the provincial government can allow us to change their regulations to allow us to move forward. And I know I want to thank Mayor Holder. We were at an event at W5 a couple months ago, and having that opportunity there to see what we are doing in this city, and having the other stakeholders and provincial and federal governments all coming together and realizing the importance. But I think it is very important to address how we change our policies to allow us to move forward. So thank you for allowing me to make those comments.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, this is all a team effort, and this works because we're all working together. And it's not all just council, and it's not all just staff. It's not all just LTC and senior levels of government. It's all of us working together. So I think that's truly important. I want to use this opportunity to plug some charging stations, if you allow me. I know this is not budget related, but very specific to the issue about having charging stations. We have them at City Hall in our parking area, but we recently put in charging stations at the Tourism London site on Wellington Road, and there are several there. And I was there for with Jay Stanford, who emceed the event, to talk about that as a great celebration. And that'll just become greater. But I think it's an opportunity to let council and the community know that, again, we're adding more pieces to this puzzle. And that's ultimately what's going to make both e-buses, not so much at Tourism London, but for e-vehicles as well as we go forward. And that's why I wanted to share that.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking for further speakers. Just a reminder, it's item 4.4 C and D that is currently on the floor, having been moved and seconded. Seeing no further speakers, calling the question. And whoever in chambers has their phone on, please put it on mute.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Step number 3, that was before us today. As we move throughout this next section in our agenda, I am going in numerical order. It has been asked by the clerks for ease of operation and expediency that we call each one individually, 4.5, 4.6, and so forth. So if everyone could be prepared to move and second something, and making sure if you have any questions to not miss it. I do hope to go a little bit faster for the next section. And when we do come to 4.8, I have been asked to call A and B separately, and those numbers will be populated in there when we get to that point. So item 4.5 is reserve and reserve funds overview, and the recommendation that the reserve and reserve funds overview be received for information, and it noted there's projections in Appendix C. Looking for a mover and a seconder, moved by Deputy Mayor Morgan and seconded by Councillor Lehman. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
6, debt overview, recommendation that the debt overview receive for information being Appendix D. Looking for a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Fife Millar, seconded by Councillor Helmer. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Thank you. Just to the clerks, item 4.8, I've been advised that they can be called together now. But in the meantime, we're dealing with 4.7 being reconciliation of the draft property tax budget to the public sector accounting board budget. Recommendations that the reconciliation of the draft property tax budget to the public sector accounting board financial statement budget be received for information. Looking for a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Hamou, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
Thank you. 4.8, operating budget. It's a recommendation that in accordance with section 291(4)(c) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, the following actions be taken with respect to the operating budget, Appendix A, that 2022 operating budget be readopted. And Madam Clerk, is the updated numbers in eScribe if members wish to see them? Not yet. Okay, we're just waiting for the updated numbers. So Councillor Hemmer, do you have a question or comment in the meantime?
I do, yeah. We've dealt with all the business cases, and now we're at the, everything else in the operating budget. During the tabling discussion, I asked about the impact of the minimum wage increase. I just wanted to check in with the city finance staff to see, do we have a better sense of what that impact is going to be in 2022, and what is the plan for accommodating that? Just my back of the envelope, just changing the $14 an hour to $14.35, which is at the very least what's changed in the last couple of years. it still looks like it's over $500,000 impact. So I wanted to check in about that and how we're going to accommodate it in 2022.
Perfect. I believe staff currently stated they believe they could accommodate it, but let's check on that. Could someone from the finance team speak to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is still some work that we are in the process of working through, but our preliminary forecasts indicate that the figure is likely to be much less than what Councillor Helmer was referring to. We feel like it's likely to be in the range of a few $100,000, certainly less than $500,000. So we feel comfortable about our ability to accommodate that in our 2022 budget. And once we finalize the numbers and assess how 2022 progresses, we may need to bring forward a budget amendment through our 2023 budget update, but we'll have a better sense certainly once that analysis is completed. Thank you.
Councillor Hemmer?
Okay. So on the one hand, I was happy to hear the answer, which is I think you can accommodate it, but I am concerned about pushing something off potentially into the 2023 update when we know we're going to be incurring the cost in 2022. So I know this landed very late in the process. I guess I'll think between now and the actual council meeting if I want to approach it in a different way. But you know, a couple $100,000 is not a small thing. We had not a really long debate, but a debate about $10,000, and you know, this one is going to be significant, and it starts in January, which is not that far away. So thank you for the question. And you know, we have a contingency budget for a reason. If it ends up being only a couple $100,000, I think it probably could be absorbed. So I appreciate the answer.
Thank you. And just for the public viewing with us, anything we discuss here today and come to a conclusion at this committee, the council vote that Councillor Helmer is referring to is on December 21st. Councillor Turner, you are my next speaker.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just further to Councillor Helmer's question, mine might be around the construction price index. And since the budget's been tabled, the announcements of the consumer price index and the construction price index coming in well above what previous years and previous periods have been, how much opportunity, and this will affect the global budget. It's not just to, it'll in fact affect all our infrastructure projects. It'll affect our salary lines, all of those things. What anticipation do we have that it'll have in terms of the accuracy of our budget through 2022, and what opportunities do we have to mitigate should those impacts continue to increase?
Thank you. To finance staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. And it's a very timely question, Councillor Turner. I'm not sure it's a question that we have all of the answers to at this stage. Certainly, inflation and inflationary pressures have been very much in the news in recent weeks and months. And certainly it's something that we're keeping a very close eye on, and we'll continue to keep a close eye on over the coming months. Depending on what you hear and who you listen to, there are varying opinions in terms of how transitory or not that inflationary pressure may be. So we will keep a close eye on it, and certainly hope to be in a better spot, if not for the 2023 annual update, then certainly by the next multi-year budget to have a much firmer sense of how more long-term or long-lasting inflationary pressures may be. Thank you.
Perfect. Councillor Turner, a follow-up?
Thank you. I appreciate the response. I know it's really hard to crystal ball quarter to quarter inflationary increases or impacts. My concern ends up being if we saw 4 quarters of 4.5%, which is much different than what the basis that we're budgeting on, which I think is probably in the 3% neighborhood. So that's almost 50% more in terms of what those differentials are. It's prudent for us to keep watch. I'd imagine contingency is where we'd have to draw from, but it could really throw off the accuracy of our budget once the budget's no longer the budget and it's actually what we spent, and we look at the accounting statements at year end, and then we'll have to be really cautious of that. If we've artificially kept property taxes low in this budget, either in this update or next year's update, then we're going to have to feel that in the next multi-year budget, because that cost just really only gets passed on to future years.
Thank you. Looking to the committee clerk to see if the numbers are in and up, if we just need to refresh. I'll give members a moment to read through that, as the numbers are in eScribe, so if you need to refresh, please do so. Okay, so we'll go to committee for any questions and clarification on this before we move to mover and a seconder. Councillor Lewis.
No questions, actually, Madam Chair. I was prepared to move that.
Perfect, thank you. You had me worried when people are right on point. So I'll let Councillor Lewis be the mover. Councillor Lehman is a seconder. That's appreciated, thank you. Looking to committee for questions on this. I will start with Councillor Turner.
Thank you. Perhaps just so we have a sense of what the end result was in terms of the impact on the levy.
Yeah, Mr. Murray, can you please pull up your fancy graph and update us of where we're at and the visual of where we're at?
Thank you, and through the chair. So our final ending point, based on the decisions the committee has made today, is a 2.8% tax levy increase for 2022. The 4-year average has been reduced to 3.6%. And in terms, in terms of the impact to the average taxpayer, pardon me, the impact has been reduced in 2022 from $117 to a revised amount of $86. And the 4-year average annual tax levy impact has been reduced from an average of $113 per year to $109 per year.
Councillor Turner, a follow-up?
That's what I was looking for. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. Looking for any other questions or comments to staff on item 4.8 for our operating budget numbers. Last call. Councillor Van Holst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I've gotten quite a few communications regarding golf, and I know that's item I in here. And for that reason, I thought I would just ask our staff through you if they could give us an idea of what golf will look like in the upcoming year.
For revenue or operations?
For operations, what will we expect to see this year?
Thank you. To staff?
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, I'll start this and then I'll turn it over to Mr. McGonigal. So coming to the end of 2021, we're expecting a slight surplus in golf, and this will be moved to the reserve fund, which will help us support to do some capital projects in the new year. As you know, we are expecting no change in our operating budget moving into 2022.
Thank you, Councillor Van Holst. Councillor, are you satisfied?
Yes, I think that's fine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Looking for any further questions or comments on item 4.8? Okay, calling the question. Hold up, Councillor Turner.
Sorry, Madam Chair. In this, what's put forward there has the separations for those items that conflicts were declared. So I think, I'm not sure if we need to call those out separately so that those conflicts can be avoided.
Thank you. I will look to the clerk because I see it says excluding Lenham Public Library, but just looking for which ones, if Councillor Turner is good to vote on this as a package.
Thank you. Through the chair, Finance has separated this out so that they can be called separately. We'll use the same mover and seconder for each motion, but I'll put up a separate vote for Part A1, Part A2, Part A3, etc. Each line being done separately.
Okay, so before we get into that, I would ask if anyone thinks they have any other questions or comments, that we do that before we get into this and we try and follow a intricate path of success. Councillor Van Holst, I assume your virtual hand's still up from last time and not a new question. Perfect, thank you. So we will use the same mover and seconder as we move through this. I will call item 4.8AI.
Councillor Van Meerbergen. Closing the vote, the motion is passed 13-1 with one recused.
Public, that was the operating budget for London Public Library that it was approved. 4.8AII is for the operating budget for children's services be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 14-0 with one recused.
Thank you. AIII is the amended 2022 operating budget for golf be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1 with one recused.
Thank you. 4.8AIV, the amended 2022 operating budget excluding London Public Library, Children's Services, and golf be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thank you. BI, that so it's that the 2023 operating budget be readopted for the London Public Library be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1 with one recused.
8.8BII, the amended 2023 operating budget for children's services be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0 with one recused.
Thank you. Item 4II, the amended 2023 operating budget for golf be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1 with one recused.
Thank you. BIV, the amended 2023 operating budget excluding London Public Library, Children's Services, and golf be approved. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-1.
Thank you. That concludes 8. On 4.9, it's our capital budget numbers to be approved and readopted today. Looking to the clerk to see if those numbers are prepared for us and if we're ready to proceed. Okay, while those numbers get populated, I will look to committee to see if there is any comments or questions that you will have in regards to item 4.9 being the capital budget. Okay, I will start with Councillor Turner.
Just making a quick point here, reiterating the inflationary pressures that this line will have. So we'll keep close watch on it, and hopefully it's not too impactful on us.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's any other questions or comments at this time. Okay, if members want to refresh their screens in eScribe, the numbers have now been populated. I'll give you a moment to look at them, and then I'll ask for questions or comments once again. Okay, in regards to this one, I can certainly call them individually, recognizing there's some conflicts in there, but would also like to use the same mover and seconder throughout. I will see a mover in Councillor Fife Millar and a seconder in Councillor Hamou. Looking for any questions or comments of these from committee before we go into voting, as I would like to do it in rapid succession like we just did for the operating budget. I'm not seeing any questions, so I'll do last call for questions before we proceed. Still seeing none. That in accordance with section 291(4)(c) the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, the following actions be taken with respect to the capital budget, Appendix B, excluding library, services, and golf. A, the amended 2022 capital budget be readopted. Calling the question. Sorry, Councillor Turner, I'm just calling A. Would you? Okay, the clerk A, B, and C, we can call together as the other conflicts have been pulled out. So this will be on 4.9, A, B, and C as shown. Councillor Van Meerbergen, you have a question?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to confirm, there's nothing in the capital side regarding childcare.
To the clerks, making sure there's no childcare conflicts. And okay, looking to Mr. Murray or Ms. Barbone that there's nothing in capital budgeting pertaining to childcare.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, that is correct. There are no capital budgets related to childcare.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Van Meerbergen is satisfied. So we will proceed with calling 4.9 of capital budgets, A, B, and C together. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 15-0.
Thank you. Capital budget items D all pertain to library services. I, and I will be called together. So all of D together pertain to library services. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0 with one recused.
Still on capital budget, that the following actions be taken with respect to the golf capital budget. EI, EII, and EII will all be called together, calling the question. Yeah.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 14-0 with one recused.
Thank you. That concludes item 4.9 and page 2 of our agenda. Item 4.10 is bylaws regarding tax levy, operating and capital budgets. Recommendations that the Civic Administration be directed to bring forward any necessary bylaws regarding the tax levy, the operating and capital budgets for introduction at Municipal Council. I will need a mover and a seconder for item 4.10. Moved by Councillor Hillier, seconded by Councillor Halmer. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. This moves 11 being the review of water budget amendments for 2022 and 2023. This is on page 156 of your budget packages. There are two cases, W1 and W2, looking to committee to see if you'd like them dealt with together or separated out. Okay, I see no one asking for them to be separated apart, so I would need a A mover for 4.11 A and B, moved with Councillor Hillier, seconded with Councillor Fife Millar. Looking to committee for questions, and for the public, this is step 4 of our process today, as lined out in the beginning of your slide deck with Mr. Murray. Starting a speakers list if one is required. Last call for a speakers list. Seeing Councillor Turner.
Just a quick question. We've monitored this and talked about it over the past few years, but any changes in the trends in water consumption that may impact our forecasts and needs in this area?
Thank you. To staff.
Through the chair, we have been monitoring closely the water consumption throughout the city. We're finding over the last 3 years that it is leveling off. So since 2002, it has really been dropping and it is starting to level off, and our expectation that eventually with new growth in the city will continue to increase into the future. But at this point, we're still just leveled off.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, so that's helpful. We'll need to keep watching that because leveling off means decreasing or proportional decrease in revenues or leveled revenues, which this budget is contingent upon us seeing increasing revenues as people use more water as the city grows. So, which could end up shorting our operating budget overall. But anyway, at this point, happy to support the budget as proposed.
Thank you. Looking for other questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
0.12, Water Reserves Reserve Funds Overview. It's the recommendation that the Water Reserves Reserve Fund Overview for 2020 to 2023 multi-year budget be received for information. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Van Merbergen. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. 3, reconciliation of the draft water budget to the Public Sector Accounting Board budget. It's a recommendation that the statement be received for information. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Okay, and just so the information to be added in regards to item 4.14 for water services.
Those numbers have just come to us, so we just need a moment, please.
Okay, thank you. Looking to committee in the meantime to see if anyone's going to have any questions regarding the water services section of 4.14. Perfect. And I will need a mover and a seconder for 4.14. It's going to be moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. Okay, to committee, if you want to refresh eScribe, the numbers are now in for item 4.14. Having been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. Looking to see if there's any further questions or comments. I will give you a moment to look at the numbers before I call the question. Okay, looking to see if there's any further questions or comments from committee members. I'm seeing none. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Moves us along to page 4 of today's agenda. And items 4.15, this is also step 5 in Mr. Murray's plan for us today that we're following. It's the review of wastewater and treatment budget amendments for 2022 to 2023. This is commencing on page 169 of your budget package. It's a case for the wastewater treatment in regards to reduced energy budget at Greenway Wastewater Treatment Plant and dedicated program for sewage bypass and overflow elimination. Looking for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Helmer, seconded by Councillor Hamou, and looking to see if there's speakers. Councillor Turner.
Thanks, Madam Chair. With respect to item B, we identify $700,000 and $717,000 over the next 2 years to address overflows and bypasses. This ends up being a kind of a specific amendment for these 2 years. On the ongoing basis, I mean, we have these opportunities to address issues, but we reduced the budget from budget increases from 3 to 2.5% in a couple previous years, which is carried over and recommended for continuation here. With that $700,000, it looks like there's a number of these opportunities that'll continue to present in future years. Rather than doing spot investments like this, would it not be more prudent just to maintain that the wastewater budget at 3% rather than 2.5%? I recognize that's a debate that's done and answered, but where we've identified a project like this, to me it signifies that there still is very much a need and an opportunity to be investing in projects like this.
Thank you, and to staff.
Through the chair, as you've seen from this case that we brought forward, there is absolutely a need to be able to address the issues of bypasses and overflows into the Thames River. And we've undertaken a series of reports in 2021 just to highlight those issues. The third of those reports is going to be submitted to the next Civic Works Committee meeting, and it's going to discuss a strategy for being able to handle bypasses and overflows. And the timeline for that strategy is going to be able to set up a series of projects to be included in the next multi-year budget. So one of our hesitances from actually providing a dollar value at this point is that we don't have like a series of projects. If council had decided, or if they do decide to increase the rate, I would suggest this is a good source a good place to sit that money. And then we will be developing a plan over the next year of projects that could support this bypass and overflow work. So I'll leave it with council to decide whether they would like to fund it at this time, but we would be coming back as part of the multi-year budget for further requests.
Councillor Turner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Mathers. Yeah, at this point, I'm not suggesting that we bump the rate up to 3%. More illustrative of the fact that there are a significant number of these projects that can occur, and to increase the budget without having collateral projects to go with it isn't a responsible way to go. This has been identified as a specific investment. I'm fine with that. I raised that for now, for us to take a look at the next budget update and for the next multi-year budget, that there was a clear identification at one point that trying to flatline the budget at 3% annual increases was what we needed to be able to support those investments over the longer term, especially on the wastewater side. The water side, I can appreciate for right now, but the wastewater side is the more important and pressing one because we have a couple decades worth of infrastructure to attack and upgrade. So at this point, I just wanted to raise the point more than anything. I think it's really important that we do this investment. I hope it has everybody's support.
Thank you. I will recognize Councillor Van Holst next, and then Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm also happy the way we are now. Actually pleased that we've gone down from 3% to 2.5%. That partly because we were building reserve funds at a greater rate than we needed. And so I think this gives the ratepayers some relief, and I'm quite pleased about that. I also hope that we'll look at materiality in terms of the projects that are coming forward. I question whether addressing the overflow issues might be better done downstream where the effects are felt. Certainly, for instance, a water purification system at where a community is using water that's connected to the river would be much cheaper than trying to fix every connected storm and sanitary outlet that we have right now, which we know will take a long time and a tremendous amount of money. I also see that there's some options for preventing and mitigating the overflows at the plants, the treatment plants themselves, and I think that's a great idea. And I do see from time to time people quoting the amount of raw sewage that goes out there, and I do like to remind people that those amounts are the diluted amounts. It's not as if those many thousands of cubic meters of sewage are straight from people's straight from people's sanitary lines. It's those amount diluted with tremendous amounts of rainwater. So that mitigates the effect as well, but just the way we describe it, it's given the term raw sewage, which I think is a little misleading. So that again is why I might suggest that we also look downstream to see about mitigating those effects. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and very supportive of this investment and creating this dedicated program for sewage bypass and overflow elimination. We hear it from the public, the need to do this. And I just want to share with my colleagues, I sit on the Upper Thames Conservation Authority, 17 municipalities belong to, that CA. And we did get a request at that board to, from a municipality upstream, that we should be doing a better job at dealing with the overflow and the bypasses. And even though this was a conversation at the CA, we know it's the municipality's responsibility for these overflows. So very pleased to see this. And we share the waterway, municipalities to the north and people to the south. The indigenous community is below us. So everything that we can do to make sure our water is as clean as possible will add to the health of all of us. And I think this is the beginning. I'd like to see more of this coming forward in the future, the importance that we address the overflows and the sewage bypass. So thank you to staff for this.
Thank you. Looking for any other additional speakers on item 4.15. It's been moved and seconded. Calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
6, wastewater and treatment reserves, reserve funds overview, that the recommendation that the wastewater and treatment reserves, reserve fund overview for 2020-2023 multi-year budget be received for information. Looking for a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Van Meerbergen, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
4.17, it's the recommendation that the reconciliation of the draft wastewater and treatment budgets to the Public Sector Accounting Board financial statement budget be received for information. Looking for a mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Fife Millar. Looking for questions or comments? Seeing none, calling the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 15-0.
4.18, wastewater and treatment services, has some numbers to be updated in it. Just talking with the clerk to make sure that those numbers are coming in now to be populated. Thank you. So the clerk needs a moment to put these numbers in for us, but looking to committee in the interim to see if there's going to be any questions or comments that you have before we receive those numbers. Okay, I don't see any hands at the moment. And just looking ahead, I do have no deferred matters, but is any councillor looking to bring any additional business forward, just for I know to pause and give a moment? Okay. So we'll just need a moment to repopulate those numbers into eScribe for you. Okay, colleagues are requested to refresh their screen as the numbers for 4.18 wastewater and treatment services have been populated. Four 4.18 is A through E. Looking to colleagues to see if anyone would like anything separated out. Seeing none, I would look for a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Turner, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Looking for further questions or comments in regards to item 4.18. Seeing none, I will call the question.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 15-0.
Thank you. We're on to matters. I'm not aware of any. Looking to committee to see if there's any additional business. Okay, I'm seeing none at this time. I will make note that anything within this package comes to council on December 21st, so the public is welcome to still continue to submit their feedback to their councillors, either individually or all of us as a whole. And sadly, that could be that. Councillor Hopkins.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to thank staff for creating the information for us to help us move forward through the update for the budget. And I'd also like to thank you chairing us efficiently and getting us through the budget on time. Thank you.
Thank you for those words. As I did set a goal of 4 o'clock, I should have bet somebody something, like usually food orientated. Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, thanks very much. If I'd realized you're so efficient as a budget chair, we would have dumped the deputy mayor from last year's role and put you in there. I think you did a great job, really. And I want to say thank you on behalf of all of us. I think it was very impressive. And to echo Councillor Hopkins as well, to staff, this doesn't come without hard work, and we appreciate it very much. So well done to all.
Thank you. I also couldn't do any of this with my colleagues, so thank you for people who let us know in advance of things they had questions on, comments on, and things they wanted pulled. It was very helpful in making this meeting run efficiently, as with Ms. Barbone and Mr. Murray and their finance team I joked before, this is how I spent my summer vacation, and Deputy Mayor Morgan would know that as the current budget chair, that a lot of work goes in with staff behind the scenes. And thank you for that, and for the prior term of council for implementing the multi-year budget, that I really do believe it makes a huge impact in easing these conversations through difficult times. Looking for further questions or comments? If not, parting is such sweet sorrow, but it is that time of our day. Motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Turner. Look at the hands, it's almost shameful. Seconded by Councillor Helmer. To the clerk, a hand vote would be adequate. All in favor of parting today? Thank you kindly. I will be back for mid-year updates in 2023 if you'll continue to have me.